Gonna get up and doodle lovers. Party on the day that I die. A party on the day that I died. I oh on the day that I died. On the cover, green, green grass, blue, blue sky. On the day that I died, green, green grass, blue, blue sky. You better throw party on the day that I died. Blue, blue sky. The day that I died, green, green grass.
May I have your attention, please? Sin.
Hi, did you had the nose centrosity HD? It's trying to throw a nose grooves with the information you need this. Take it or leave it, cause you may be seated. Okay, first of all, I'm the king of this scene. Popping off and killing beans, acting like it wasn't me. Did you see me vent? No. You trying to accuse me? You're voting out a crew, you don't see it, oh I see. It's impossible for an imposter to vent with the room filled with crews. You're getting caught, it's evident, but out the corner of my eye, the shadow's getting closer. They're pulling out a knife and now
I think it's game over.
well, see, what did I tell you? I was right the whole time and now you're saying I need to find a way to get myself off the land. Man, you're impossible. Your brains are too washable. If I die, you're responsible. In fact, man, I can take this anymore. Just vote me out already and toss my body out on the floor. You're making a mistake. I help you solve the mystery, but sincerely me, we ain't free.
We're on the same team, right?
Aye. Oh. 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 Here we go. Call a meeting. Hello, everybody. Oh, today's the day. Today's the day. Today's the day. It's here. How we? Oh no. Close that stream, please. Hello. There we go. Chat. My go live notification's not gone out. Why Twitch be the unky dory funky doodle? It's been a little bit suspicious. But chat, how are we doing? Also, Ari, thank you for dropping a like. I know you're saying here while we are setting up, but I'll have to really look. Like, that's okay. Don't worry about it. But I'm happy to have you here. Today's the day. Today's the day that we get to go into HeroCraft. Whoa. And I'm going to be showing everybody, for the ones who don't know how to install it, I'm going to be... This is a banging song. I need to mute it, otherwise I get distracted straight away. But we've got... All my legs are shaky because we're just... You know? So, for those who don't know, we're going to be launching HeroCraft's closed beta today. It's more so of an alpha, so we're going to call it an alpha instead, because, you know, we're all Sigmas in here, chat, all top-notch blokes and all that. However, we're going to be launching the closed alpha. We're going to be showing people how to install the mod. If you don't know how to do it, I'm going to be installing it live with everybody, just in case people are like, how do you do it? I'll show you. I've not even installed it yet. I'm going to install it live in front of everybody and be like, drink water, become moist.
Drink water.
There we go.
Become.
Nah, it's coffee today, baby. Nice. Lord have mercy. But it's a good day. It's a good day. We're going to be playing on HeroCraft. Before all of you guys get onto it, which will be in a couple of hours, we've got 2 hours to my buddy hates me so much right now. Let's go, why did he hate you? No, it's water. It is. It's just water, chat. Right, chat, I'm going to look. Let me at least launch Curse Forge, just so that we can go over it and so that we can look into it. We'll do it all soon, okay? We'll do it soon. However, I just want to double check on everyone. How's everyone doing? How has your... What day is it now? It is Thursday night going on to Friday. How was your Wednesday, chat? We didn't stream yesterday. We were working endlessly, tirelessly, unlimitedly. We were not stopping our working efforts yesterday. It was just... Whoa, it was so much work yesterday and today. And I just have to say, I'm not saying it because they're inside the chat, but I just really, and I know I've said this a lot over on my Discord server and in the HeroCraft Discord server and in the staff Discord server and in every Discord server I've been in. I just want to say, I cannot say thank you enough to Mutum, up to Failure, up to Droid, into Red Dakosha, to the entire team. It's been absolutely insane how much work we've been putting into this lately. It is insane. And we've got the... Never mind, it's just taken 2 weeks to launch the beta version of the server. It should have taken us about 3 months. We forget to eat, we forget to sleep, we forget to poop. I need to poop. But we did it. And now we've got it here. Inverted. I don't... Oh, I was like, what do you mean sin? I was like, there's a second line. FT. Hello, bro. How are we doing? You might have came in at the wrong time. And for that, I don't apologize one bit. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Hope your Wednesday was good. I hope your Thursday was good as well. I broke my fingers and torn a ligament in the other. It hurts. Well... Have you just tried not?
Emotional damage.
But physical, not emotional. That's what it is. Ba-dum-ba-bum. But, Scott, what are you doing? Tearing your bones. Stop doing that. Balls. Hey, dummy, how you doing? I hope that everyone is good and ready for this because I know I am. We all know how we do. I need to listen to what song's playing. Otherwise, it's Monkey Wrench. It's my favorite song of all time. Why did I miss that? Time to show my ass after disappearing for a year. You didn't disappear for a year. I disappeared for a year and a half. Protogen. Wait, Protogen. How do I know? How do I know? Chat, we added Bonk, by the way. We added Bonk. If you click on... Look, see my face? Click it. If you got a mouse, click it. If you got a finger, maybe do this. Alright, bro. Okay, never mind. Listen, hear me out. It's been longer than a year. But that's on me, okay? It is indeed on me. It's all my fault, and I'm sorry. But how are you doing? How's life? How's the wife? How's... You know? How are you doing? It's been nice. It's nice to see everybody back. Like I said, I've said this before about 1 billion times by now, but I'll say it again. I've been gone since 2020. I've been gone since... Look... Now listen. I've got not. It's nice to see you though. Hope you're having a good time. Hope life's been treating you well. Hope everything's been going well. Hope you're just keeping yourself happy, healthy, surviving, all that jazz. Drinking coffee. Chat, I forgot to get almond milk in my coffee and I'm depressio. Wingardium depressio. My wallpaper is the old hub and Pepe Volcano. Now watch this. You want to see what mine is? Look, you ready? Mine is the new HeroCraft wallpaper. Because this is HeroCraft. Wait, have I just leaked that? Drew, did I just leak that? Or have I showed this before? I might have just leaked it. I think I just leaked the wallpaper literally just on the HeroCraft server list. Yeah, you can see, yeah, but you can see a tiny version. You've not seen the full wallpaper yet. I just leaked it. It's okay. It's server day, chat. It is nothing but serving tea, receiving tea. Making it OP server. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, you can see it on the server list. How have you got the server? Zine's mod pack contains the freaking Zine. I swear, Zine, you're such a donut, bro. The server. Okay, chat, do not join the server yet, okay? We've got things for you guys when you join. It's going to be fun. Zine's got the server already added on his mod folder. So when you load up the mod file, it's already got the server live. Don't join it yet. It's going to be fun when we jump on there. Everybody gets their first impressions together. I'm so excited to miss anything. Guys, no, you did not. You did not miss anything. We've been live for 10 minutes. We're just chatting. We're having a little bit of a chill beforehand. However, it's going to be so fun. Has everybody, and chat, this is a question for y'all to endeave on. Does everybody have their character ready? It's the important question. Does everybody have their character ready? Okay, I'll make a deal with you, chat. If you join the server now, I can see who joins the server now. If you join it early, you can't play for 2 hours after when we launch. That's it. That's how I'm gonna do it. Does it look like I've like sliced my eyebrow? ADHD. Anyway, does it? It does, fam. Zine is a donut. I mean, that's not how you say zine. It's Xeane. You don't. I swear, chat. You know what Scott always says to me? You can't spell. And then I'm like, but my guy, you are the stupid one. See, I can say this because you're like, I've torn my finger ligament. Look at this. Listen, all the dinosaurs feared the T-Rex, okay? Rawr. It's our little inside joke. You also misspelled inside. Murder. I'll do it go. Hey, yo, Death, how you doing, bro? Welcome in. I can't splee. I know you can't splee. You also can't spell. Hey, yo, Death, how you doing, bro? Are you looking forward to joining onto HeroCraft? Because you know what? I'm not going to lie. Me too. Let's add some of the Poggy Woggy Incy Wincy Spider music. Where am I looking to? I'm looking for... Where is it? Where'd it go? Bangers and Mash. That's a playlist. Oh, these are my friends. No, I can't showcase that. That song's not... This song, chat, is the 1975. If you're too shy, let me know. Coming at you live from Chinstyle CHD Radio. Coming at you on a Thursday night. Boom, bap, boom. Sadly, I'm at work tonight. Death, that's okay. Listen. Ooh, let me fix my... There we go. I've tucked my leg underneath my other leg to cut off all the circulation so that we can have a fun time. Scott, thank you for the nothing, bro. What do you think about the animations? I literally commented live on that going... Pog you. They were kind of good. I did like them, to be fair. Very fun. Very poggy-woggy. Skin for the roleplay. You don't have to. If your character looks like what your actual skin looks like, go nuts. And you know, we're not gonna. We're going to be adding. I will say now, rather than later, chat, that your skin is a panda in a suit. Hey yo, there you go. Maybe you are a panda man. Maybe that's your character. Maybe your character is jujitsu. It's a kung fu. You're a kung fu panda, but you're kung fu panda's lawyer. That's what it is. You are Kung Fu Panda's lawyer. There you go. I've made your character for you, Sicarius. However, as long as your character fits in with the server, and it's not an unrealistic character, you know, as long as his name's on something that is a bannable term. And I don't need to spell out what words are going to be banned for you, chat. Use your noggin, okay? Don't be stupid. Don't make a character that's name is like Adelef, Stinkler, or something. Like, you don't be stupid. You'll get banned for life, and it's going to be stupid. And then you can't just use the reason, oh, but Sin, it was just funny. It's like, there's two, I feel like it's a good time to say this. You will need to realize that there's going to be a difference between streamer Sin and server operator Sin, okay? I ain't going to take no shit, because we want this server to be all the way up. It's not just a community server. It's not just for you guys, and it's not for, like, us to, like, vibe with. It is, but it's about the bigger. We're trying to make a very big roleplay server. That's going to be very cool. So if you ruin it for yourself, don't ruin it for yourself, okay? We don't want that. We want to have a very happy community for everybody that joins on today. Maybe I would like you better if you took off your clothes. If you constantly walk around and just newt next to me, I'm going to claim you to be the silent penguin, and I'll cut your vocal cords in game. How about that? Oh, hey, oh, okay. Yes, saxophone solo. Ooh, I can play saxophone, so I appreciate the filth. Maybe I would like you better if you took off your clothes. Sorry, it's just 1975. Amazing band. If you don't know who they are, look at that. You see that in a corner just down there? Go check them out. They're really cool. 1975. Amazing band if you don't know who they are. They're from somewhere in the UK. I always get confused if it's... I always think it's Birmingham, but I don't think it is. Who's playing now? It's Banners. Someone to you. It's also a good song. So I need to mute that so I can focus. Chat, how are you? Say hello. If you haven't said hello yet and you've been chilling in the chat, you've been lurking, just give like a cheeky little emote or something, just so that I can go, hi, it's you. Because I like to know who's in here, because you're all so nice people and we like to spend time together. We were meant to be playing Among Us, by the way, chat. Before we got into HeroCraft. This is what it is, balls. We were meant to be playing Among Us before we got into HeroCraft. However, I don't think... Let me just double check on the private lobby sign up. Yeah, we got 8 out of 9 people that reacted to it. 8 out of 10 even that reacted to it. And 4 that said yes and 4 that said that they would fill. So I'm just going to pull it. There is no point in doing it if there's 5 people. It's just... It ain't feasible. It ain't fun. Nah, we just ain't going to do it, you know? So we're just going to do a little bit of HeroCraft work before we get into the actual server. And then I'm going to show you... In fact, you know what I could do? I could probably just show everybody now how to do it. My character is ready. How ready is ready? Determined. Tell me, how is it? Are we looking kind of ready, are we? Does it look good? How is it, Drago? Is it... Show me, is it ready, is it, bruv? And you... Boom, boom, boom. This is my actual... I've just realized that we're listening to my actual playlist. We need more exciting... Oh, this is why. That's why. Welcome, chat, to Rhythm of the Night by Mita and Jacob Tilburg. Hope you're having a good Thursday evening. My name is Syntrocity, and welcome to Syntrocity HD Radio. That is SYNTROCITY HD FM. Syntrocity FM. That's what this is. Drew, you don't have a sub anymore, bro. It doesn't show up. I'm sorry. It's based off my Elden Ring. Drew, it doesn't work. You're not a subscriber anymore, bro. You've lost your privileges. Right, chat, what I'll do... This one's for the rhythm and vibes. Keep that in mind when you feel it inside.
Keep that for the rhythm and rhythm and rhythm and rhythm and rhythm. Go.
Right, let's get into business, chat. Let's get down to it. Let's go. I'm going to show you all now. Look, if you look at my screen, nothing here can dox anything. We're good. Welcome to my desktop, chat. If you don't know what this is by now, then what are you doing with your France on Fridays? Right, if you don't know how to install the mod pack yet, all you need to do is click the link inside of the Discord server, which is the Google Drive link. Will take you to my Google Drive, and once you've downloaded it, we're just going to go here. This is reimagined. There we go. Right, now I'm going to go here and delete this profile, so you can see right here. Boom, gone. Now it's gone. This is the current one. I'm going to keep this one because I have I'm having it as a backup. But I'm going to go down here. I'm going to go to profile options and change it to the word outdated. Oh, say it with me now, chat. Oh, Prime Stop not working. Drew, I think, chat, I just think Drew's just not in it for the money. And we're all in it for the money. We know that, though. Gosh darn it, the heck. Here's the thought that counts. Everybody who is not watching Sim right now is a little goose. It's true. Why is it double layered? Stop that. There you go. Go away. Thank you. Drew. Thank you for the follow, I guess. I'm confused. Did you just have to unfollow and refollow? Have you not been followed? No, he's been followed all this time. I think he just unfollowed and refollowed because his Prime sub's not linking. So, chat, look. We're going to go into this real quick. Watch how we do it. Let me make the chat box a little smaller. To be fair, the hammer is really distracting you. What hammer? Oh, the on-screen splashy hammer. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? It's such... I'm so happy I remembered to get it. Right, so look, chat, we're going to go to create a profile, and this one is going to be called HeroCraft. We don't need to do that because we're going to go to import right here. Click it. It's going to take you to a folder here. Your downloads. I'm going to go by... Sort by date. When was this? I feel like this is the one from today. Is it? Date created 24th. No, that was made yesterday. Is it this one? It might be this one. 25th at 8:30. Yeah, it's that one. Okay. So look, you're going to go here. You're going to open it. Boom. And it's just going to make it. It's done. That's it. It's all done. And now it's installed in front of us. And then when it is, I'm going to click on here. You can see it's downloaded all the mods needed. Everything that you need for this. Different song. What on God's heaven was that? We're already at 70. We just passed 69, chat. That was funny. Me and Richie will find the full text caves. No, you won't, because, I mean, there's definitely caves. Who knows? Is the one that's full of text, though? I don't know. You're just going to have to find it, aren't you? Is this the right... I feel like it is. Let me look at this. 92 mods. Oh, we cut mods. That's why. Okay. Where is it? So this is the outdated. This is the new one. That's got 90. Okay, that's fine. And then I like to do this, chats. You ready? I like to go to profile options. Check this mark. I like to set it custom. Okay, let's just do it. Just a little shy. Since forgetting. What do you mean forgetting?
Mute him, Endymion just resubscribed for 2 months.
Oh
Don't
my
question
God.
the hammer.
Do not question the hammer, chat. What am I forgetting? I said 64 gigabytes of RAM on Minecraft. That is amazing. Congratulations to you. Right, now let's go to play. And it's that simple, chat. You just can go, boom, click new, import, and you're ready, steady, and go. I like the new, I like this. I like this new thing. You ready? He's too slow. What can we say except you're welcome? And there we go. And then you just click launch. And then we've launched up. There we go. And now it's ready. Now it's launched. Happy life, happy wife. That's what we're talking about, chat. Amazing. And now you've got HeroCraft working. We're not going to go into it just yet. And chat, like I said, all of you guys are going to be able to join at midnight. BST. Don't forget. So that is in 1 hour and 32 minutes. Let's make a full text cave in. You can't. How are you gonna make it? You can't mine. You can't craft. There is no Minecraft in this game anymore. We've took it all out. You guys can't mine or craft. Minecraft gone. HeroCraft. There's no crafting. There is no mining. Nothing. There's no free will. Okay? You belong to me and the state, and that's where you are. You are enemies of the state, and I will have my way. But that's pretty much it. There we go. Mute on my side. Exactly. You know. However, also, wait. Oh, to say, instead of donor walling you like that. Drew, thank you so much for your... Was that for your... I know, it wasn't Prime. It was just tier 1. Thank you for your tier 1. I appreciate that. Primes, chat, did you know what Twitch Prime is? Do you have a Prime Amazon account? Do you link it? Drink water. I can't figure out Prime. It's okay. Prime's a little bit messed up. But chat, if you got Amazon Prime, give me all of Jeff Bezos' free money. Just gimme. I'm just asking for it. Oh, wow. That's in full screen. Nuh-uh. Go away. You're loading in the full screen mode too soon. Crucifix. Off. Now it's gone. Hello, chat. It's me. When you download it, I got something primed for you. Is it French? Because I'll say no politely, chat. I'll do it kind of nicely, innit, bruv? I'm going to take a sipsy doozy of my coffee. Is that okay with you, bruv? Thank you anyway. Well, Black Sheep Coffee, I do love you. Sponsor me. Amazing. Richie, amazing. Chat, hey, Drew, do you want to know what's really funny? Chat, get this. Zine forgot one thing when he gave me access to the mod folder. Now, I'm just going to say, chat, before we say anything, I do want to prefix this with, if you join the server before 1 hour and 30 minutes, you will not be able to play. If you do, I'm just going to ban you for 2 hours and you'll have to wait 2 hours. Okay? Now, here's the fun part. And you can test it and we'll just ban you. Because like I said before, chat, there's a difference. There's Sintrosity HD and then there's Sin who is cooperating a server. Okay? We are going to be very ruthless with the rules. You break rules, you get banned. Basically, f around and find out. Okay? In a polite way. However...
In the distant realms of HeroCraft.
Oh my god, that is loud ass music. 100% everything, Zine. Are you insane? 100% volumes. I need to put my folder of options in there, bruv. I did. That's one thing we didn't do, chat. Right, now let's get back. So, here's the funny thing. I'll join early because you asked me and I'll break anything. I'll play like I'm the best bug finder you'll ever meet. I believe you. So join. Good. However, don't join early. So here's why Zine's a little bit of a funky donkey, chat. Zine added the server to his mod folder so that when you downloaded it, the server was already there. And we're taking down the whitelist, so join away. However, I will say, if you do join early, we're just going to ban you. And we can see who joins because we have a console. It's not that hard to do this, chat. So if you guys wait 1.5 hours, cool. I know you're all excited, but contain yourself and then reveal because we're going to give you guys some gifts and stuff so that you can go and go and have fun, okay? We're going to 100% we are going to Drago. What's going on? Blame Sim for the new sub alert? No, well, I mean, if you do it more, then you'll we're gonna give you what about people who joined before? People who joined the server before, like Drago. When did Drago join? Was it before I gave the warning? I'm on right now. Well, if you got given permission, then sure. I popped in. Well, don't do it. Temptation be the Lord. Don't do it. Okay. Your warning now, chat, is if you join now, from now on, and you haven't been permitted beforehand, you're going to get banned for 2 hours. That's me saying this. I immediately left. That's okay. Like I said, this is your phone wall now. If you do it and you've not got permission, I'll just ban you for the next 2 hours. And you've just ruined it for yourself. You did it for like half an hour ago. Oh, he did. It's okay. Listen, it's okay. We've been over it. It's fine. But chat, it's going to be cool. Does everybody have their characters ready? Because don't forget, once you are in, it is 100% full character mode. Ooh. I can't wait. I really can't wait for it. It's going to be really cool. However, chat, there's one thing I always need to point out, and it is... Chat, okay, out of curiosity, chat, who does this? Right? Who does this? I'm not the only one, right? Am I the only one that does this? GUI scale 3 is way better than 2. Oh, your FOV? No. Chat, I've just told you. I've got reset. Everything's reset. There we go. Look, everything right now, even the music, is... Look at this. There we go. And we get to video settings. 32. Now you're getting taken down to 21. Rendered is this 14. Simulations can stay on 12. Because Zine said he wanted to run on a potato and yet has everything on 100%. Clouds off. Yep. Weather. Yep. All goes to decrease a little bit because we want to make it look a little better. Performance. Let's keep all cool. Advanced. That's all fine. Let's go here. Complementary. Yep. Let's go to shader pack settings. Do not put it on Quake Pro. I used to use Quake Pro. I used to use it all the time. Medium, performance, shadow distance, all the way down. That should be fine. Chat, you want to see how I speedrun fixing my settings from Zine? This is how you do it. Everything else should be fine. Do we have... Goes back. I want to go onto the... Is it in... No, it's in atmosphere. Ready? Atmosphere... night. Yep, the nebula. Yep, the aurora borealis. Yep. Fog. What the fog? Yep, off. That's fine. Done. Shader pack is complementary unbound. Done. And we're going to quickly go and do apply. Cool. And now we're good. That should be good. The only thing that we do need to fix. Delete sin 32. No! 95 is best. I use 96, but it's for a stupid reason. 96 is a thing to do with my hometown. It's just a little correlation thing. If you Google justice for the 96, you'll understand. You have VSync on? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100% always have VSync on. Also, jump is off. Yep. Keybinds. Now let's go. Here is 1, 2. Straight away. Always going to do that. And then we're going to go down to changing this. F5. We're going to do is the tilde. Cinematic mode is F5. What? No! Yeah, bro. Yeah. Always. Always, Potter. Right, and I think that is everything. Oh, no. Control Shift. Oh, my lord. Whoever plays with the... Bleh. Always deletes in 32. Always deletes in 32. Do it. Why not? I'm here for the long run, chat. Is that everything? It is. Now, let's just go to music and let's just do that for the time being. Right, let's go back. Always deletes in 32. I'm for it, chat. I'm all for... You want to concern with that? No! Nuh-uh. I heard about the 89 thing the other day. The Liverpool thing. I just googled 1980. Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah. So I don't call it the 89 thing. I call it it's JF90C 96 because that's what it is to me. Yeah, it's annoying. And then yeah, we got blamed for it. It's so stupid. But ayo. Yeah, so that's why my FOV goes to 96 because I like it between 95 and 100, but 96 just has sentiment. You know. Hey, then there will be get rid of all the lag on Minecraft. It would be. Imagine being Scouse. Imagine being ginger and Scottish. That's arguably even worse. I remember I sat in a staff Discord for like 2 years where I'll be in staff. Just thought it was funny. Hey, isn't that the real way forward in life though? Damn, I know. I get super defensive when someone goes, imagine being Skulls. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? Still better looking than you, bitch. I say it to everyone now. See if you delete some 32. Wait, I've just read that one. What am I doing? Oh, Drago. Yeah. Oh, I did just read that. You just reposted it. Damn. I'm sorry, bro. Imagine wearing glasses. Don't you wear glasses as well? I also think half of this community wears glasses. I don't think that's a fight you want to do, Scott. I'm so sorry. I'm going to drink more coffee now because this is going to be a long one today, chat. Oh. Well, chat. You have a ginger beard? I mean, I think it's just brown. I just think it's light brown around the accent. I wear glasses, you but? Yeah, exactly. Son, how you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin. Oh, chat, it's going to be a good one. Today's day. Right, so what I could do, I could probably, let's see. The server has 4. I'm going to join the server so I can see who's in there. Chat, if I join and I see somebody in here, that shouldn't be that you're getting banned for 2 hours. Let's see, because there should just be devs on there right now. Damn, that's rough. It's true. I did say you've got to wait till midnight, and if I find somebody on there that's leeching off it beforehand, just going to get banned, aren't you? Sorry to my eye. I know. Imagine wearing glasses. Imagine wearing glasses, chat. Sorry for having bad eyes. Sorry that my eyes don't work. That's like saying to someone, imagine having a nose. Sorry, I'm not Voldemort, you with little and you. Sorry, struck a nerve. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, just checking. I was just checking. There's nobody on there. Nobody that should be on there. That's good. That's good. Although I did just see. That was cool. I saw a thing. Yo, I'm full diamond on server. Trust. Richie. Chat, ban. Shall we ban Richie? Chat. 5 gifted subs. I ban Richie for a day. And that's not true. Don't do it. I'm very much joking. My hair needs fixing, chat. I got full netherite. Like, sorry for having stigmas. Yeah, bro. Imagine. Alright, we can't. Okay, we can't just drop F-bombs left, right, and center. Say fricked. We can use one every now and again, but sure, why? What mod is it? Aye. What mod you're referring to, my G? Hi, Ava. How you doing? Okay, so why is my chat box all the way over there? So, Drew, I was gonna wait until I started speaking because I felt bad. However, Protogen, it's cute that you think that you can make anything on your own. You can't craft items. Well, you can. There's things that you can do, but you think we're just gonna let you craft anything you want in a roleplay server? Listen, there's gods, and then there's gods. You ain't gonna be able to finish any mod. I can. You know what? If you can, do it. Do it. Now's the time for you to break things. It's alpha. Okay. You can craft only things that crafting crable is bread though. Exact. See. Also, Tyson, I feel bad for people without astigmatism. They don't get to play a fun light game when in a car. Oh, listen, when a car drives past and I see this little thing, I'm like, oh yeah. However, yeah, I can see it. I can see. The good thing is, like, the view from my apartment is, I can see the shard If you don't know what the Shard of London is, chat, look up the Shard. And I can see like the Gherkin, because I live in like directly central. So where like the Gherkin, the Shard is, it's such a nice view. I'd show you, but I don't want to dox where I live. I live in central London. Good job trying to find one of the 2.5 million people that live in central alone. Since then, I know I'm just a mere mortal. I'm a god. I'm a literal god. Okay, there's nothing. I'm such a god. Some silly little goose told you which, Richie? Yeah, there is no crafting, and that is the silly little. Hey, I know where you live, Sin. Scott, your glasses are so prescription. You can see into the future. Never mind where I live. Jeez, you live in the UK? Also true. How to get into the creative through create? I know how to get into creative through create. That's kind of cool. However, there's a thing, right? You can't interact with blocks. Oh, did we mention you're also in adventure mode pretty much all the time at every time of day? Bro, listen. If you can break it, break it. Do it. Oh, chat, did we also mention that you're on 4 hearts to start with? There's like such a limit. It's gonna... What, 4? Yes, 4 hearts. If you can break it... No, that's exactly my point, Drew. Chat, if you can break it, break it. That's the only thing we say. So we having battles into the Colosseum. I'll tell you what, if you can... Only 4? Yes. But... it's a starting point, right? I'm not saying you're going to be hard locked on 4. I'm saying you're going to be on 4 hearts to start with. Depending on what route you take, you might be able to get more. Maybe a job to entertain. I'm across the server. Do it. Listen, it's all about that, right? This is an alpha, right? Welcome to alpha. That's what we want to do with the goddess statue. There is no goddess statues though. No, we do have the goddess statues and stuff, but we haven't put them into the city or into the world. Still choosing classic, like epic fights. Classes like an epic fight. There is no choosing a class right now. Everything is just in city, right? Everything. There are going to be guilds. There are going to be jobs. There's going to be things to do, things to see, people to fight, people to talk to. Everything is to do with the character that you create. So do we have to do roleplay in alpha, or can we go ham? No, you have to. And chat, this is my next point, and I'm glad that Drago, I'm glad that you said it. 100% roleplay, right? You join into this server, Centrosity HD disappears, right? I join in the server, Sin is gone. Henrik is there, right? Drago, when you join the server, Drago is gone. Your character is in. Richie joins, leaves. Untentacle joins, leaves. You know what I mean? It's 100% roleplay from that point on. Your character is there. You don't know anything about the city. You're new there. Everything is great. Honky-dory, just like Dory. Great story. That's what I should have went with. Honky-dory, write your own story. There we go. When I join, Scott leaves and Vesta joins. What's your first name? In? What are you? My name is Investor. I'm here for stocks and bonds. See, I know where your character goes. Okay, so find a way to break it in RP. Yeah. Find a way to break the game. Sylvester Stallone. He's still gonna have like 4 hearts. I'm sorry. You're not getting like better punches. Wait for it. Lean and thrush. Lean and thrush. Do the doggy. Do the doggy. Hi Beth, how you doing? Welcome Sin. How's your day going? How was your week so far? Are you hydrating enough? Speaking of which, chat, drink your coffee now. Pinky's up. I'm very good. However, chat, I'm sorry to say, you're about to get giving an advert, and I can't stop this one. I'm so sorry, but it's been 45 minutes, so expect the unexpected and get ready for an advert, unless you're a sub. In that case, hello subs, you guys are great and welcome to stay. Easy goal? The easiest goal, break the game in-game, okay? In character. Sin, you and the devs should know my ability to break games. Nah, not this one. Not at all. Subdub. Look at this. See that guy right there, chat? Look at that. Unsensical. What is that a badge of? 31 months. That's nearly 3 years of sub. You've kept... Sakaris, have you kept your sub going the entire time that I was gone? Oh, yeah, 100%. It used to be Hiccup and Doobie and Curry. You did? So wait, you're that one person. Chat, I had one sub that was going through my entire, like, when I was gone. I was like, who the is just giving me money? And it was freaking Sicarius. Look at that. Listen. From Stream Sniper. One of my favorite people in the world, chat. It's funny of, like, how we met. Is there an ad playing right now? Yes, there is an ad playing right now. There it is, chat. Enjoy. You were the one that made me start watching Twitch. Animal for it, Sicarius. It was great. Wait, so how did... No, because I know that you stream sniped me to stop. Oh, wait. Did you see me and was like, I'm going to stream snipe you? And then you were like, there's his base. And you're like, oh, wait, Twitch is kind of cool, to be honest. Took a while for me to get the ad. Yeah, it everyone gets it in different... What a song. I stream sniped you, but never consistently watched. And now look where you are. And now you're consistently watching and never stream sniping. How it goes full circle. Someday I want you to stream snipe me again. Okay?
This song is Dance with Somebody. Let's go.
Quack, quack, quack.
Well, you think you and... Do you think I can't take clean on these days? You know what? Load up the Rust server. See what happens. No sub alert. Rip. It hasn't come through that you've subbed yet, son. When it comes through that you've subbed, it hasn't come through on this end. You see? Well, okay. Nah, listen. To be fair as well, Sakaris, I've got a clip of... There's a clip on my channel somewhere, and like you can probably go back and find it by looking at the category and going Rust. There's a clip where I was being stream sniped by you guys, and I remember it was some form of sniper, and I no-scoped clean, and you guys were like, oh, he's hacking. And it was just like a random no-scope that I landed, and it was the best shot I've ever done in Rust, ever. I haven't topped it in 3 years. So by that definition, I very much, I'm just better than clean. What can I say? Except you're welcome. I play Rust. I know you play Rust. I've seen your stream, Scott. And you see this clip? It was the best. Listen, it's the best. You guys, it was you, clean, and somebody else, like cornering my 1x1. And I was in a tower, and I crouch and go, I haven't talked to clean in a while. That's a shame though, because you guys were cool. You guys had a cool little thing going on. Dirty Exodus, maybe? It was Exodus. Yeah. It was Clean and Exodus who were on the server with you at that time, but this was like 3 years ago. And then Clean joined again when I think it was... I don't think it was Rust. I don't think it was Minecraft. There was another game that I got you guys to join on with me on. I can't remember for the life of it what it was. Damn. There was another game though. Caves? Maybe Caves. Who knows? There is so many, like... Who knows? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm saying that there's a lot of like hidden spots and cool little gems that you guys can look for, little Easter eggs. Maybe there's some dwarves. Maybe there's somebody that diggy holes. Maybe, who knows? Maybe there's an
Evil little Israel.
Who knows what's gonna be inside the server? We don't know. But chat, all I'm saying is once we get into the server, Sin doesn't exist anymore. It's Henrik, right? And that's where it's gonna be really freaking cool. So, Drew, how is things going right now? Are you guys like panic moding on the server right now, or is everything good? Is it now just like a breathe and let things go kind of thing? Is that the vibe that you guys are going for? I want to know. Sin, by the time stream starts tomorrow, there'll be full text Jetmere. I'm just saying, but always panic moding, but it's good. Okay, cool. So like, I know you sub because now you've got a sub badge, but it didn't come, like, there is no sub badge. There's no sub on my end. That's the thing. It's like Twitch hasn't acknowledged you subbing, which is Kind of weird. Also, Arva, I do know, I've just seen that you said just nothing before, and I seen that before, and you said you messaged while I was freaking doing something. I'm so sorry, bro. Oh, wait, you messaged, and then I think Beth came in, which, by the way, don't wait, Beth, I'm reading your message. Don't you dare call me out on my pinky being out while I'm drinking my coffee. You silly poop. But I'm doing very good, though. I know you've messaged this before, and I kind of just, like, panic danced to everything and forgot what I was doing. But I hope you have an amazing day, darling. Welcome, Sin. Welcome, Sin. Welcome, Sin. Arva, you did say... Shut up! No! Don't you judge me like this. Arva, you said that you were getting off work as well. Hi. Look at that.
Sun_Lake just resubscribed for 3 months.
I put that in front of my face so that it troll me, so that whenever someone subs me, because there's going to be a day where somebody gifts like 30 subs or something, and it's just going to cover my face for like 20 minutes. But also, some like, look at that. Thank you for the tier 1 again, man. For 3 months. Woo. Look at that. Thank you, bro. There's a proper Mariah Carey pinky. Don't you dare call me a Mariah Carey pinky person. I'm a Mariah Carey stinky person, and you know it. See, I do it, and now I'm self-conscious. Look. Can't see my pinky being up, chat, so it didn't exist. Chat, you don't... Here's something you don't even know. I don't have a pinky finger. It's gone. Just saying. Would you ever go back to Rust? As in, I would play the game again, but I'd never stream it. It's a dead category. There's no growth on it. There's no point in me playing it on stream. I'd rather play streams that help the growth. Do partner push. Make partner... Cool. All the stuff. Because the thing is, I enjoy Minecraft. I enjoy Among Us. It'll be cool. Just broke it off. Yep. Ready? To be fair, you know what, chat? I'm about to freak you all out. I can snap my finger, right? And I'm not gonna do it on camera. In fact, I might be able to do it here. You ready? I can't do it. You ready? Can you see it? Oh no, you can't see it. Right, you ready? How can I show you this? Oh, right, so look, you ready? I don't think you guys can do this. Now watch, you ready? It's now bent. I've now broken my finger. That's just one of many weird tricks this thing can do. Are you ready? And now it's both of them. And now they're both bent. Look at that. Who knew I could do that? And I can see that somebody just clipped that as well. Chat, whoever's got a weird finger kink, that sounds mad. That sounds so mad. I can do that. Unbend them? No, it's like that for like an hour. It really hurts as well, so I shouldn't do it. It was a trick that my granddad taught me when I was younger. And will you put the pinky up for auction? Yeah, sure, why not? Chat, £500 and I'll send you my my pinky finger. That sounds so mad. I can do that. I can do that. Sin, every time I hear that from people actually subbing, one more amazing full text card will be made. That's not true. I don't want that. But Scott, to answer what you said before as well, would I ever go back to Rust? I'd play. I'm not opposed to doing it, but just never going to be. Can you bend the tips of your fingers? Yes. See? Oh wait, do you mean like that? Or like, how can I, which, like that? Yes. It's just, I'm really, like, I can, like, I've got double jointed hands, that's the thing, so like, look. I have like, double jointed fingers. I'm also a musician, so like, I've got really flexible hands, especially from like playing drums. I played drums for 15 years. You know what, chat? I don't think I've ever told you guys this. I played drums for like... Oh, no, wait. How old am I now? 26. Oh my god, I'm 26. That's terrible. I played drums for... If I'm 26 now. Yeah, 15 years. I played drums for 15... Oh my god, I've played drums for 15 years. Damn, I played drums for 15 years, piano for 15 years. I played bass for 15 years. I played classical guitar and acoustic guitar for 22 years. Oh my god. I've played I've played the upright bass and cello and viola. I've played them for 7 years. I'm a qualified singing coach. Qualified for 7 years now. Yeah, I was 19 when I got qualified. Harp for 4 years. That's the last one. I think that's the last one off the top of my head. And trumpet, but I never really got into it that much. So I can only play a few instruments though. I was brought up I was brought up musician. That's just it's such a stupid trick, but hey, I love it. You can pass me an instrument, I'll be able to play it straight away. Cool though, innit? Right. I played drums for 7 years. But the thing is though, I always say this, like, can you know, in fact, wait, I've got something. Can you play caves? Never. I will never play caves. I could show you guys something. I could do backflips and stuff. I used to do parkour until I had a heart attack and I had to stop. Do you guys want to... Chat, do you guys want to see a picture of me when I first started playing bass? And I mean, the only reason I'm showing you guys this... Oh, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Y'all ready for this? This is so stupid for me to do. Why am I going to show you guys this? Oh, there you go. That is Centrosity HD 11 years ago. That is... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, bro had a glow. Oh, yeah. Bro's gorgeous now, bro. Oh, I'm just saying, chat. All I'm saying, look, I know I'm good looking, right? I know it. I'll admit it. I'm cute as bro. I acknowledge. Yeah, the glow up is insane. Oh my god, chat. Are you ready? One more look at his face. You ready? What would you say to your past self? You know what I'd say? Well done. You cute boy. Chat, the glow up was insane. Oh, I am. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I know. You look like you were trying to join a boy band. A fun fact, I actually, that was my band. That was my band back in the day. And not only was it my band, we ended up going from doing that kind of stuff to... Why not? Why not show you this, chat? This is... What are you going to do? Find it? Nuh-uh. I went on from doing that to doing where's the better picture I can show you from this one show, specifically this show that I think you'd like the most? This maybe? Sure. So I've never shown my chat my past life like this, right? So you guys get to see this. You guys think I was trying to join a boy band? Nuh-uh. That's me. That's me just there. Man didn't try to join a boy band. Man was the band. Yeah, that's my past life. Very, very fun. I miss the days. I do. I really miss the days. Launching out? Yeah. Launches in 1 hour. Looking forward to it. So look at the DMs. I'll look in the DMs in just a couple of seconds, bro. But yeah, that's the old days. I do. I really do miss the days of being in a band. And if I was to go back into it, chat, I'd probably go in as a vocalist or like a frontman. I think I've just got the better energy for it these days. How can you stop doing music? Hi. Actually, the reason why I stopped doing music is because of COVID. Yeah, once COVID happened, all of our shows got stopped because COVID. And then, yeah, I started doing streaming because I needed... you were talking about weed fingers? Oh, why? It's crazy. You were talking about weed fingers. Wait, am I meant to... What am I meant to look at? Oh, son, I'm looking at... You're talking about... Fam, what on God's green one? What is this? My guy, you look like something that an off-brand KFC would sell. That's it. That is something, bro. Hey, yo, I'm dead. Bro, my reaction... You know what? Yeah, look, this is what my reaction was, chat. You ready? That's what my reaction is. We got that... Oh, I got that new one installed.
Go.
Okay.
Put it in on the bass.
Oh my god, chat. I get in it, it's a party. I go, Fox, welcome into this side, bro. How are you doing, bro? Oh, I just found an absolute ravisher of a tune, my dude. Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day. Chat, listen, I want to point out that this person who's just joined into the chat, let me just give a little shouty-dooty to Mr. D, folks. Listen, and I know it's nothing I have to do. Howard, chat, listen, Fox is someone else that plays Minecraft, and I've been tuning into their streams for a couple of days now. Really cool person. Really enjoying the vibe. Go over, check. You might like it. The hardcore, bro, I could not do stuff like that. I'd be so dead. Well, listen, welcome into my side. I hope you're having a good day. Oh my god, thank you. It's my pleasure. It's nice to see you over this side. And Sarah, welcome in as well. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome. Well, how are you doing? But, so Fox, to give you some context, today is it's the launch of our beta. And I'll explain in a couple of seconds.
Now.
Quack.
I have ADHD. I don't know what HD is, but my doctor says I've got 80 of them. However, oh, that was taken out of me. So today is the official launch of our closed alpha testing for a new roleplay server that we're launching called HeroCraft. HeroCraft being... Bonk, 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 bonk. I love the new bonk thing I've got. Oh, it's so fun. Bro, I saw that too. What did you see? What do you see? However, so we're about to be launching this thing. It's a medieval fantasy roleplay server where we've got adventure realms. We've got different realms. Ooh. Oh, I saw that too. 80 of them for Marley Docs. Huh? Crazy. But yeah, it's going to be really cool. So we've been working on it. We've got a couple of devs who've been working on this tirelessly. We've been putting in slave labor for this. I can't wait. But I'm really happy to see you coming over this side. Nice to see you. So, chats. I'm going to get distracted by the music. Also, Dyson, sounds epic. Oh, I cannot. Epic is not even the word to say. And on top of that,
We have... You know what?
allow me to let me embellish the vibe a little bit. So if you think about this as well, we've also got here ourselves a little thing that I like to do, and this is something that we're going to be doing soon. Not now, but I'm going to be writing more. However, I used to be into writing a lot, and I
Also have this voice, which is amazing for doing voiceovers and reading. So, my only question, Fox, are you ready to start your adventure? in HeroCraft
I can't wait to use this voice more.
as the commentator, the librarian, the reader, no, the narrator of HeroCraft.
It's gonna be so good. Caves?
Caves, ships, adventure. There is adventure here and there and everywhere in HeroCraft.
No, we're not starting yet. I'm just hyping up, explaining to Fox like the voiceovers and stuff. Now, I will say though, when I do change over game to Minecraft from just chatting, once we go there, yes, we could start early Blue Ball, everyone. I really did. I'm so sorry. Now, wait, you know what? Oh, you know what I could do? Why write things for yourself, chat? Google out, hashtag Google's out to unsubscribe. So wait, I could just go, give me a brief intro script to hype up my community for the adventure known as HeroCraft. Make it epic. Make it godlike. Make it valor. Let's see what it gives me. Okay, chat. Oh my god. No, please stop. It's doing too much. Okay. Now, it's gave me a script. Okay. Now, let's see what it does. I'm going to read the script directly, okay?
Right. In a world where darkness threatens to engulf the very essence of existence, where heroes are forged in the fires of adversity, and where the call to adventure echoes through the ages, there exists a realm unlike no other. Welcome, brave souls, to the legendary HeroCraft. So far, so good. Prepare yourselves for an odyssey of epic proportion, where valor is your currency and bravery is your shield. Okay. Within the sprawling expanses of HeroCraft, your destiny awaits. Will you become the stuff of legends or falter to the face of unsunkable odds? Forge alliances with fellow adventurers as you embark on quests that will test your courage, your cunning, and your very soul. From the darkest dungeons to the highest peaks, every step you take will shape the fate of this world. So, unleash your powers, hone your skills, and embrace the mantle of heroism that lies dormant within you. For in HeroCraft, the line between mortal and divine blurs, and only the boldest dare to tread upon the path of greatness. Are you ready to embark on the adventure of a lifetime? The call to heroism beckons. Welcome to HeroCraft, where legends are born. For HeroCraft.
What did we think?
And full-text caves are made.
That really does hurt my throat. I need to hydrate. I do need to hydrate. Oh, we were live for 1 hour, 11 minutes, 11 seconds. Hydrate. Oh, I need to
Drink water. Become
Thank you. That was amazing.
Welcome, one and all, to the one, the only, the Valorant and the Vestuous. This is HeroCraft.
2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. It took us 2 weeks to make this, chat. It took us 2 weeks to make this. It really did. It took us 2 weeks to make this. Dilly dilly. Drinking water because I got hydrated. Ah, 07 chat. 07 in the chat to everybody that worked behind this. It's been insane what you guys have done. Right, now we need to get back into this is the rhythm of the night. Welcome down, chat. This is you. If you're just tuning in now, this is Sintrusty FM. Welcome, tuning in live and loud. My name is Sintrusty. I'm your host for today. This is Rhythm of the Night by Meter and Jason Tilburg. We're coming in live and loud. This one's for the rhythm and vibes. Oh, BRB, you take your time, baby boo. So when we getting full text caves? Who knows? Who knows when we're getting them? However, Drew, I want to ping everyone and be like, we're giving out the IP now. And give it away in like 10 minutes time. What do you think? Do you reckon we give it out a little earlier? Are we ready? Or am I going to get killed for doing it? But let's go. Are we ready? Are we ready to do it? Don't we recording? So for the next 1 hour 40... Did I miss much? Open the gates. Ari, okay, listen, if I do a ping now, right, Ari, good, call out the best time, and we're gonna launch it a little earlier. 45 minutes early to be exact. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to give everybody a ping on Discord. Everybody should come over. Everybody chilling vibes, give a big bow, wow, 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 wow. That's now, it is gonna be now. And we'll do that same read I just did. Sorry, I'm going to go to bed as I have a long shift. I'm working tomorrow. I just thought I'd pop and say hi. Sorry, it's okay. I love you for showing up and showing out. I hope tomorrow goes smoothly for you. Have an amazing rest. Get yourself some sleep. Make sure you're hydrating enough. It's nice to see you as always. And as always, you know what? For you, for all time's sake, I'll see you same time, same place tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. BS&T for more BS&T. Until then, I will see you on the flip side. That's how it was done back in the day, chat. I haven't made my skin yet. Ari, it was meant to be going live in 45 minutes. Quick. It's okay. You can use the temporary skin and then you can change. I don't know. You can morph. You can change your outfit. Who knows? Ark wants me to make you have Ark wants me to make you want. Oh, Ari want me to. I'll just use my usual skin and swoop. That's cool. Right, so chat, look, I'm gonna do. Let's go to my Discord server very quickly so I can do this and just do a social and a bing. Son, if you're gonna post pictures, bro, just spam it in this. Put it in the share pictures tab, not in my general chat. You weird person. Right, let's grab it. We're about to do it. Right, let's grab the... Keep that in mind that you can keep your character or not. Keep what in character? You can keep your character or not. You can always just reset your character. But what I will say, chat, is if you get a new character, forget everything. Right? If you join the world as a different character, that character doesn't technically know anything. So they should forget everything. You know? I want to keep my character, just make a proper skin for it. Yeah, that's completely fine. Don't worry. Don't forget, this is also alpha, so it's technically not the server, but all of the rules still apply, you know? Right, let's go into announcements, and let's go, boom, there's the link, and let's go bam, bam, and let's go here, and let's go to @everyone. Launching HeroCraft right now on stream with IP. Join now, and I don't know. Come no, and scream. Hype. There we go. Ping everybody. I'm sorry. I know. Oh my god, I'm level 50 in the Discord server now. Let's go. La 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 la. And I think we're ready. Okay. Launching on stream now. There we go. This could be fun. Who knows? This could be very fun. So permission to join? No! We're joining when I say. Not right this second. We're joining when I say. Okay, 5 minutes. Better not be no auto mod messages in the bit. There will be. There'll be all of them. There's an ad? That's amazing. You guys got an ad as you're all joining. I'm so distracted by my my new CEO bunk on the screen. It's such a perfect timing. I know. I'm about to give that little adventure speech again, I think, chat. I'm gonna give out a big adventure speech. Make it all vibey. Okay. Sin, you should line everyone to make them introduce themselves and see where they are and where they came from. Well, no, because that would take so long. If everybody joins, everybody that says that they want to join, joins now, which they won't because time zones and things. But if everybody was to join, I'd be introducing everybody for like 15 minutes each, and there's 30 people. You'd be talking like 6 or 7 hours. So no, and that's just the introductions. I may as well just write a Bible. You know? Right. This is going to be fun, chat. Right. So what we're going to do... Berate. No berate. Let's go. Let's go. Put the songs and get ready, chat. It's going to be fun. Is there a different song that will work? Next song. Hey, yo, Demonic. How you doing, bro? You know what, Demonic? I was actually thinking about you today. Like, actually, about 3 hours ago. I was wondering how you were doing. It's nice to see you, dude. How are you doing? Nice to see. Spread the word. Chat, are you ready?
Are you ready? You went to Wisconsin today. Well, Demonic, I hope you had fun. Now, chat, welcome. I am changing the category to Minecraft. We are Venom. Zine, if you can, I require the IP address. This will be everything. Are you ready, chat?
Okay, now we're all on cue. We're ready. Everything's here. You give us the IP. Can we join? Yes. The second that I give out the IP, you can join. Now, let's get Spotify over on the other monitor. Lovely. So I can't get stuck. Starting to download of HeroCraft. The money is gonna be cool. Right, chat. Let's get down to business. Let's do the intro. Right. Better song for hype. Yes, this is from the Battle Cry one. That's fine. Chat, you ready? Here we go. Ready?
In a world where darkness threatens to engulf the very essence of existence, where heroes are forged in the fires of adversity, where the call to adventure echoes through the ages, there exists a realm unlike any other. Welcome, brave souls, to the legendary domain of HeroCraft. Oh my god. Prepare yourselves for an odyssey of epic proportion, where valor is your currency and bravery your shield. Where the sprawling expanses of HeroCraft, your destiny awaits. Oh, this hurts. Oh, will you rise to become the stuff of legends, or falter in the face of insurmountable amounts odds? Forge alliances with fellow adventurers as you embark on quests that will test your courage, your cunning, and your very soul. From the darkest dungeons to the highest peaks, every step you take will shape the fate of HeroCraft. Unleash your powers, own your skills, and embrace the mantle of heroism that lies dormant within you. For in HeroCraft, the line between mortal and divine blurs, and only the boldest dare to tread open the paths of greatness. Are you ready to embark on the adventure of a lifetime? The call to heroism begins. Welcome to HeroCraft. Welcome to Avalon.
It's okay, Ari. It's meant to be there. Pinkies and stinkies, I'll chat. That really hurt my throat. Right, chat. If you all did it correctly, you will all have the IP address. And with that, I don't think there's a better time to say welcome one and all to the very first time you get to introduce yourself. My name is Henrik Lefroy, the most valorant of the land. Welcome, Sin. For the very first time, you may all join. My name is Henrik Lefroy, and welcome to HeroCraft. Chat, you may join. You are allowed to join. I'll see you all if you are in there. I did send you the IP, Sin. You don't need to send me the IP. The IP is already there. Am I on time? You are, in fact, on time, Shadows. You are, in fact, on time. Let's hope everything doesn't crash. I have broken my voice. Look at this. I have broken my voice. You have missed... Where is my... Okay, now hear me out.
Hi,
Good morning, fellow.
my name's Vister. How about you?
This one? Morning, Vister. How are you doing today? Activation. Where are we going? Hotkeys. There we go. Oh, sorry. Hi, all people. How are you doing? It's muted. I think... Oh, my God. My thing's not... It's not going to work for me, chat. It's not going to work for me. Zines wiped my player data while I was on the server. See, you've got rid of my player stuff, bro. I don't have any. I don't have the tools. Right, let's go here. Button 5, yes. Volume, yes. Devices, yes. Chat mic. Hello, do. It should be working. I'll put yes. That's on there. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Hotkeys. Mute, disable, toggle. That's fine. That's fine. It's button 5. Yes. Oh no. Chat, may I welcome you all? May I welcome you all to HeroCraft? There's so much that I can now show you, but I can't show you because you're meant to learn in character. But everybody's now here. Look at that. That's all cool. Do boo so boo. And the thing is, like, I can't really showcase things off. I should really go and help people. Chat, you guys should all be I'd recommend using third person, right? Go explore, make friends. Don't get exhausted though. If you get exhausted, oh my god. I've missed Henrik. Demonic, I've missed being Henrik. Look at this dude. Look at the way he breathes. Now look, let's just stand here. Look at the way that look at them. They're all running towards me.
Hello.
Oh, well, that's just hella annoying, isn't it? My I seem to be mute.
What do you offer?
My body. This is. I've not got permission to talk. Oh wait. Nope. So I can hear. I can do that, but they can't hear me, chat. Ah, that's a little unfortunate. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Activation is push to talk. Morning all. How are you doing?
Hi. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Oh.
I'm off to work soon, so I just figured I'd stop by the pier to talk with the folks.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all. What are your names? I'll start with you, young lady. Nice to meet you.
It's very nice to meet you as well. My name is Amelia Vale. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Amelia's pleasure is all mine. My name be Henrik remember this. You get this. Ladies first. Remember, my name is Henrik. Henrik Lefroy. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. How are you doing? She's sneaking away.
I am doing very well, thank you.
Well, listen, if this is all your first time in the city, take your wander, figure out where the places to go are. You'll find there many secrets and many things to learn. Anytime you need help, you seem to see in your pocket, there is a little thing there. It's a communication crystal. Don't be afraid to give me a call. I'll be waiting for you. Until then, enjoy your time. Adventure the city and welcome yourselves informally from me, Henrik Lefroy. Welcome. Welcome to Valon. Yeah, that's what I'll call it for now. Bye. Go venture on. Venture on.
I'll see you later, Henrik.
Have a good time and enjoy yourself.
I'll heed your advice.
Bye-bye.
You too,
Take
Henrik.
it to heart. Thank you very much, Hendrik.
Goodbye. Contemplate making a new altercation of my skin. Do it. It's gonna be great. Although, I now need you fellow friend. Nice to meet ye. Hey, yo. I'm gonna catch you. Well, that was strange. He seems to have disappeared on us. Into the wilds. Into the skies. Look at that kitty patootie. It has been a long time. I know. Wrath, listen. I kind of just lurk in the group chat. I'm just like, I was saying this to Cara. I kind of just, allows watch. No, you can watch. Don't worry. It's all fine. But Wrath, I always like lurk in the group chat on Snapchat. I'm just like peeking around. I was saying this to Cara. It's like, I'm always afraid to just say hi in case you guys just like Who's this dude? Well, how you doing? Mr. Glasgow? No, bro, I saw the pictures, bro. I saw the pictures and I was like, fam, I live in London now. And I've been like super busy with this server that we're launching. Brother. But no, I know. I saw it. I saw Lauren and Reese and everyone was there too. Obviously Rob was there. I saw AV was there. Bro, I know. I wish I'd have been there. But like I said, I've been lurking in the chat for so long. I just didn't know if me talking would just be like a, why is he even in the group chat anymore? I'm like, so I just stay quiet all the time. I don't know why. I could just be like, hey yo, wagwan, bitches. I just feel like my hoodie isn't a fifth of medieval setting. Change it up then, demonic. The city is literally yours, bro. Look at this. Oh wait, I should really turn there we go. Should I turn it up a bit more though? That's fine. It was good fun, but you're more than welcome to talk. It's not a scary chat. No, it's not that. I'm not saying it's a scary chat at all. I'm just saying, because I've been out of like chatting to everyone for so long, I feel like it's less of it being a scary chat, more so just a what are you still doing here kind of thing. Because like I haven't chatted to everybody in like 2 years, even though I do genuinely just like open a chat and just like read and I'm like, okay, bye. It's such a creepy thing to do, but at the same time just like meh. How do we do jobs? Figure it out. Figure it out. Everything that you learn is going to happen. You figure it all out. However, once we see that we've got other people inside here, such as like Zine or Drew, I'll run by and see like if we are going to get like job leads. Until then, like when we sign in, or think about it, right? When do you sign into work normally, right? When do you typically sign in for work? Greetings, friend. I own the city is mine? I own the city? Yes, you own the city, demonic. You are king of the city. That's all. I know. But yeah, Wrath, I'm nice to see you. You know, nice to see you in chat. But two, I'm glad that you all had fun. Let me turn that down just a smidge, chat. What job are you trying to do? Drew, there's always another time. Oh yeah, what? Listen, the next time that you guys are going, I'll jump in and be like, "Hey yo, wagwan," and I'll tag along. Drago doesn't have communication crystal. It's okay because I don't have an inventory. Drew, Zine wiped my player data after he reset. So a few people don't. Zena's logging in. Check it out. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't have an inventory. I logged in, logged out, and then that was it. I was like, oh, okay. Also, wait, there's a horse. Good morning, friend.
Yo, what's good?
What be your name, friend?
They call me Steven. What's up, homeboy?
It's nice to meet you, Steven.
Pleasure is all mine.
Is that
sir.
a Steven or a Steven?
It's a Steven.
I see. Steven it is.
What are you up to on this fine evening?
This be a fine evening and all. I'm going to be venturing around with a horse.
I think I'm gonna go do some farming because I'm starving.
You're going to do some farming. Intriguing.
Indeed.
Do you know where I need to go if I was to go farming?
Actually, yes. The job is right out front of, right back over that way.
I'll venture that way. There's a new friend there. Nice to meet you, friend.
Oh, hi,
I
friend.
must
How you doing?
away.
Goodbye, Steven. What a nice fellow he is. What be your name, friend?
My name is Vesta Graves.
Vesta, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Henrik.
It's a pleasure to meet you too, Henrik.
Listen, I'm going to be venturing around today, checking out the views of the great town. Everything about it. You should do it too. Venture around and see what you like. Find a job that fits you well and start earning yourself some coin.
I think I'm gonna find myself a farming job, to be honest. It's one of my own
Farming be
professions.
listen, farming be a good job to start with. I'll be
Auf
doing some
Wiedersehen.
farming. By the way, Steve, his name be Steven with a T and a H, I think.
Steven.
Like Steven.
Steven.
Precisely, Steven.
It seems to be a tricky one, but I'll get it later on.
It's fine, brother. We'll all figure it out someday. What a nice fellow he was. He is also doing a farmer job. So listen, what I shall say. Go find yourself an occupation. Get yourself some coin and venture. Get yourself some cool things and it'll be hunky-dory. I'm going to venture.
That, Henrik.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Maybe I'll cross your path again someday. Until next time.
Until next time, Henrik. I shall see you later.
Good later for a friend. Yes, we are now. By the way, chat, don't forget you are allowed to be inside of the stream while we do it. Just don't be using any of the in-game knowledge that you can do. Okay, Drew, found a bug. I have indeed found a bug already. That's funny. Already started. A few people don't do... Okay, that's fine. Dragon doesn't have communication kit. That's already fine as well. Find out where you need to go. I found bug. Report inside Discord server. Whenever you find a bug, don't say it in character. Just do it inside the Discord server. That's cool. Amazing. It's been 5 minutes and we've already got 2 bugs. But I mean... we've got... beetles, not bugs. Who knows? Oof. What a lovely time to be on in the world, chat. What do I need to be doing? Whatever you want. Just live. Basically, just come in, live. Start a job, make friends, hang out with people. Do what you would like to do. You know, which channel? Report the thingies. Do Minecraft gaming for now. Minecraft gaming should suffice. Oh, it's the dog. Hello. Wait, we're wrong one, actually. Wait, Jones, not yet. No, we've literally just launched this 1 second. Sweat Bob, hello as well. Jones, hello as well. Listen, we've literally only just launched, like, within the past 5 minutes. So I need to switch the IP address. Give me 2 seconds. You are amazing for reminding me, okay? Thank you. Right, let me just do this. Copy. Let me just do paste. And let's go to this and let's do... Thank you. Nice to see you, though, by the way. HeroCraft. Server IP. And it's going to be edit. What is the one to edit as well? Hey, Johns. Nice to see you as well. Welcome in. Let's very quickly chat. It's going to be stream elements. Let's just do this very quickly. Thank you for the follow as well, Jones. Welcome to the Cincinnati. Please enjoy your stay. Where half of the community is either autistic or gay, kind of. I don't know. Something along those lines. We made it a while ago. Nice to see you. Welcome, Sin. Right, let me just update this very quickly so you guys can get in. There's going to be an IP. You know what? I'm going to do it I'll just post it in very quickly. There you go. What is this? This is a roleplay server called HeroCraft that we are launching today. Second bug reported. Woohoo, yippee. Look at that. Oh my god, there's already 2 bugs reported. This is a roleplay server called HeroCraft. We are launching the beta today. So basically, it's the very first day, very first second of any instance. What do I do there? You join in. If you know anything about GTA roleplay, GTA no pixel or anything like that, similar rules. You jump in. You don't talk as Sweat Bob. You join in as your character. You live a life there. You do jobs. You make friends. You do trades. You adventure. You do dungeons. All that jazz. Again, this is very much alpha, okay? It's very, very early stages. Man, it looks crazy good. Thank you. We've spent about 2 weeks developing this instead of 3 months. We crammed it into 2 weeks of just slave labor. But chat, there is the IP address very quickly. What you need to do is download the HeroCraft mod pack. It is linked inside of my Discord server, so if you don't have that already, listen, there you go. Join in there. Join in, download the mod pack, install it however you want, whether it be CurseForge or to your launcher itself. I am currently just changing the chat command because you guys have all made me realize. Bear with me. Oh my god, there we go. That was a mouthful. Right, IP, LMNOP. Nope. HIIII, IP. the command here to direct people to the mod pack. Do you want to go to Discord for that? I'd say go to Discord for now because then they can report the bug. It's the only reason why I want people to go into the Discord server straight away. Minecraft HeroCraft server IP. Let's do this and go. Note. Modded file in Discord. Minecraft 1.18.2. There we go. Right, chat. Somebody do exclamation mark IP address now, and it should be good. Should be set. You should be hunky dory. Right, let's see. That should be good. That should be very good. Oh lord. Okay, there's meant to be a space after that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll do it one more time. And let's do exclamation mark IP. There we go. Lovely. There you go. There's a HeroCraft server IP. Note, the model file is in Discord. Minecraft 1.18.2. And it is also, I'm just going to say, chat one more time, it's a Java server. I'm super sorry if you play anything else other than Java, but I'm more sorry the fact that you play Bedrock in the first place. Well, welcome in, everyone. I hope you have an amazing day. And shout out to say what and to nod on to what you were saying before. Yes, I'm very aware. It looks amazing. Look at all these beautiful people. Chat, if you are in the server right now, hello. Thank you for joining us for the open alpha. Right? It's open / it's as long as you read the rules, I'm okay with you being in here. Hello there, traveler. Good day to you. Nice. Nice and nice. I left click everything. I left click everything. I shall find all the bugs. Can we break this? Is this gonna break? Is this what you mean? You can't break it. That's good. Hello there,
again, friend.
Steven. Right, so he's guided us over this way. This is the way to go. So, I wonder where it is to do any of our jobs. Also, freaking look at this, dude. Look at this. It's a windmill, bruv. We've got windmills in here. Hello there, weary traveler. How do you do today? Let's venture. Don't forget, today is all about adventuring, just figuring out things about the city, going around and exploring, finding what you want to do, talking to the locals, seeing what works for you best. Like, look, we're inside a freaking windmill, bro. We are in a windmill. That's amazing. Why is there a hammer on the screen? So that you silly little... You can bop me. You can hit me with the hammer if you would like. You can also, if you do want to get rid of it, just click on the right side of the screen and click off it. It's complete. It's toggleable. You can turn it on and off whenever you like. Right. Let us go over and let us find ourselves a job, an occupation, if you will. Look at this. What be your name, friend? Look at this. It's Hugh Lumberjackman. Looking to sign in or out. You can only work during the day. That says during the day, not during the day. Excuse, you seem to have a lisp. I can't. I don't have any money, so I can't work. It's kind of... Drew, are you around? Because I can't purchase anything if I don't have monies. I didn't get any starting equipment. Which is kind of going to limit what I can do. Are we about to hear it? It's sundown. Oh, wait, did they... There's no way they mechanicalized it. They did. Oh, that's cool. Hello there, friend.
Hello.
I'm so confused. What do you mean you're so confused? There's nothing... What's the thing to be confused about, bro? Let's see. Did we get a... He's not even on yet. I thought Shadows would be well on by now. Or Shadows, are you just watching the stream for now before you get on? Or are you just trying to get it installed? Is that what you're doing? I don't know how to sell the things I got from your job. Figure it out. That's the point. Do you hear that? Wait, is it blocks? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's note blocks. That's what it is. Wait, you guys got jobs? Ari doesn't have jobs. Wait, can I do... Okay, good. That's not a thing. Can I do... Is that a thing? No, it's not. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. What do you mean? All right, what do you mean? You don't have a job? I don't have the monies to go get a job yet. Let's go to the bank, shall we? Let's go venture on towards where the bank would be. Hiccup. How do I get to the bank? The lumberjack place? Well. Alright, is your Sin did something? What did I do? Let's go find ourselves. I need help to fix it. I can't help you fix it. I'm a character in the game. That's the point. You need to report it in Discord, not to me. However, yes, still typing it in the chat, yes, addressing it, but also put it in the Twitch chat. Put it in the Discord chat even. Amelia, if you come over to here, you'll see, welcome to Farmer's Way, where we adventure over. Doesn't the nighttime look amazing, chat? Welcome your phrases. It's Hugh Lumberjackman. I wonder what he does. Gimme. Who be your name, my friend? I can package your lumberjugs. Your lumberjugs? Never thought I'd have jugs in my life. Let's keep traveling on. Oh, I do love this. I love the way we run in the wind, chat. It's amazing. I wonder where all of our friends are. Hanging out, maybe. At the tavern. Let us check out the tavern. Not that way. Funnily enough, chat, I feel like we've made Hightail before Hightail. Like, we've got so much animation that goes on here. God, this is beautiful. Everything about this is just beautiful. Also, I just wish it was zoomed in just a little bit. Like, I wish my character was actually zoomed in like this. I guess I could just do it like this permanently. You know what? I'm gonna keep it like this until I physically get sick of it. This just feels nicer for third person anyway. I wonder if we can do two different configurable settings, like one FOV for third person and one for first. That would be cool. I wonder where everybody is. Do you reckon they all went to the tavern? Chat, if you can hear me, go to the tavern. We're all going to converse at the tavern. Oh, it's so, this FOV. This is just insane. This is why we did this. Just to look at things. Huh. Shh, you didn't hear anything, Jet. What is your name? Heal me. Thank you. I've been healed, chat. I still don't know where anyone is. Are they all down here near the docks? Where is everyone? Are we all alone? We should be able... I already crashed my game. What did you do, Drago? You didn't crash the server, though, so that's a good thing. I found a mod pack. If you join into my Discord server, Jones, you'll go into the Minecraft gaming section. There's a Google Drive link. You download the folder, and that's how you get it. We are waiting for CurseForge to manually upload it to us so that you can literally just find it on CurseForge. And then we'll have a link for it. But just now, I'm trying to get people to make sure that they're in the Discord server, just so that they can read the server rules as well. Wait, who's that be?
The business, you come here, you go to the business. Oh, it's my friend. You're here.
Oh, hello there, Stephen.
Hey, mate. What's good?
Do you by any chance sell horse meat?
I do not have horse meat. That is butterbean. Okay, I am renting them for today. But I do have bread for sale.
Well, funny enough, I actually don't have any. I don't have any coin just yet. However, I am running out of. I'm getting a little bit hungry, my friend.
Well, you know what? Just because you had a wonderful conversation with me earlier today, I think I can spare you some bread, but just this once.
Stephen, you know what? Next time, how much do you normally sell your bread for?
I actually sell my bread for 3 a pence.
I tell you what, I'll give it you 5 a pence. That's how much I owe you, because you've been such a nice friend.
Oh, it's okay, man. This one's on the house. I just finished making it. I was actually gonna go sell some products elsewhere, because it doesn't seem like anybody's coming to my business.
Oh, listen. That's okay. Listen here, my friend. Hear me out. Next time I see some of my friends or some of the new people I saw come into town today, I'll make sure they come by and they get your bread from you. Just make sure you don't sell this near horse. He seems like a nice fellow, although he's eating your hat.
Butterbean. However, if you can tell maybe some farmers to bring me some wheat so I can make more food, that would be great.
You know what?
I'll give them a discount if they bring me products.
I'll make sure to pass the message on, Stephen. And Butterbean as well. You two seem like very nice people.
You know, the Butterbean's just being rented for today. I don't even think that's the horse's actual name. That's just what I'm calling
he does look like a Butterbean to me.
I thought so too. Enjoy your bread. If you need any more, please. Actually, you know what? Here. Have 2 more on the house.
Oh, well, thank you. As you can tell, I was kind of hungry.
Oh, I don't bet. It doesn't seem like anybody's gotten a grasp of needing food. People! I have customers! Hello, howdy!
Oh, hello there, my friends. Nice to see you again.
Hello. Oh, hello there.
How do you
It's been quite a
doing?
while. We spent the day traversing the city and adventuring. Seeing all the things the town had to offer.
Did you find your way into getting a job?
Alas, not quite yet. It has been quite a journey to explore the city and see everything.
Well, take your time. There ain't no rush. I'm pretty sure here my good friend
Oh no, my
Stephen can
stomach's
help.
telling me there's a tad bit of a rush. You know?
Ah, I see what you're saying. Listen here.
Can I get something to eat?
Yeah,
Oh,
of
that's
course.
so sweet
I
of you.
can
Thank
sell
you so much.
3 bed
You want to crouch to the floor and then pick it up with your right hand. Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Listen.
Is there any way I could repay you for such a kind gift to a newcomer in town?
Well, hear me now, and this goes for you too as well. Easy thing. We're going to be conversing at the tavern later in the night.
Thank you for your fine business, sir.
It's not.
You're
It's
my
not hard.
first
Look, I shall
customer.
show you easy way to get to it.
You have to pick it up.
It's literally just that way. So you come out, and then you'll go that way,
Shift muscle, and then
and you'll find
and
it.
then, yeah, there you go.
Join up,
You
Shadow.
picked
Yeah,
it
Shadows.
up.
Join up,
Heck
bro.
yeah, buddy.
Oh, that is good. That is some good bread.
Listen,
Oh,
I'm
Mr.
going to
Tavern
disappear.
Keeper.
Go find yourselves at the tavern a little later, and we'll converse. Okay?
Alright.
Of course,
Later,
thank you,
friends. Shadows, baby. Yeah, buddy. Listen, chat, don't forget !IP. Boom, there you go. That is the IP address as well if you would like to join. And take note that the modded files for the server is located in my Discord. If you don't know what that is already, don't do me a favor, just do it. Discord. It's in the chat. It's !Discord. Not hard to join, really fun to join. We're gonna have some vibes. Alright. Well, welcome. Sin Shadows. Zine, if you want to know as well, Zine, for better immersion, look at my FOV. If this isn't... Wait, you know what? No, let's move it back to where it was. Yeah, that one's better. Look at my FOV, bro. I mean, if this isn't hightail, is keep inventory on. Yes and no. So, like, keep inventory as an aspect. Yes, but people can just loot your body. Take a peek in Minecraft Gaming. Well, I can't right now, can I? You know, kind of. Yeah, it kind of is. You can always get robbed. Like, people can always rob you. Oh, it's my friends. Look at you. Very well done.
That's probably because they haven't found the horse vendor.
I suppose
Oh,
that's correct.
have you visited the tent for the... Listen to these fellows.
I have, in fact. I listened to all of them. They sing such lovely tunes.
They are. These guys are brothers as well. They're not even identical twins. They just look alike.
Oh, what an interesting trio.
Have you visited our... Hey, Stephen, do you mind taking this here maiden down to the tavern?
She actually wants to go find the wood cutting area, so I'm gonna show her that first.
That's completely okay. Fair travels and enjoy yourself.
Thank you kindly to you as well.
Fare thee well.
Away!
Yes, Jones,
My
it is...
voice of yours is so speedy.
It is a Google Drive. It's basically just the modded file just for now, while we wait for the file to get approved on CurseForge. And then once it's uploaded on CurseForge, you'll be able to download it directly from there. But yes, right now it is just it's linked up to my Twitch's Gmail, so you should be fine with it. I uploaded it myself. Don't worry, I'm not gonna take all your data. Don't worry, I'm not gonna steal your thirdborn yet. Right. Let's go join up to the tavern. If I even remember how to find there. I'm so used to being in like spectator and just flying to places from like deving. I don't know what it is. Are we allowed to go outside the city walls yet? Do what you like. You can go outside the city walls if you want. Doors be locked. Barrels enabled. How quickly will I die if I do? I don't know. It's part of testing it, isn't it? Don't actually know. That's the problem. Close that door. Let us go find ourselves to the tavern. If you die, good luck though. It's a tavern. Welcome to the tavern, chat. Tell me this isn't the best feature in the world. Good morning, barkeep. I'll take whatever he's having. Oh, what an amazing time to be alive. Bravo, der mariachi band. I love this. I love it. I love it. I love it. Generic text replace me. What do you have to say, my dude? Nothing. I didn't want to drink here anyway. Are you done with the new skin? Good morning, my friend. Ah! Oh no! Well, that's something. Don't mess around with pufferfish. Those darn it pufferfish. Jeez. Zine, I don't have an inventory, bro. So even I can't showcase jobs in any way because I can't do jobs. Let's go find ourselves the bank. I'm pretty sure we might have a way to get ourselves some money. We might take a loan out. You reckon the bank will take us for good money? Can I open a depository? Nope, never mind. Did not want to come here anyway. Wait, what? Who, huh? I don't... when I joined the server earlier, you wiped my my player data when I joined during you guys deving, and you wiped my player data again. So I don't have a wallet, I don't have coins, I don't have fireworks, I don't have a comms crystal. I literally don't have anything. So yeah, that's a fun one. Although The seagull stole my bread. No, he ate my bread. What an inconsideration. Same problem as Sin for you. Oh yeah, a lot of people have done. Yeah, a lot of people have joined on and haven't had inventories or anything. I think I've had a glitch already. As guys, put it. Make sure you put it in the Minecraft gaming section of Discord. Should be fine. We want to get as many bugs done as possible, but also just as well, making sure that you're living your life as well. I guess I can't go in there. That's a comms crystal. Let's go into G, get our wallet. Boing. Thank you. Let's place you here. Boing, boing. And the wallet is away. Lovely chat. Use issues. Oh, wait. Is the... Okay. I didn't know that there was an issues page still. But I'm glad that there is. Also, Akosha, welcome in. Okay, you guys couldn't hear the music beforehand, so I am terrible el sorrow. Right, let's go start ourselves a job then. Okay, I'll use that going forward. Lovely. Rejoin if you didn't get starting items. Okay, chat list, I'm vocalizing this as well. I will vocalize this for Zine. If you're watching the stream and you are on the server, leave the server, rejoin the world. You should have your starting items if you did not get your starting items. Lovely. Right. Let's go down to the caves, shall we? I believe the mine's always looking for stuff. Looking for the people to mine. Doing jobs for them. The bartender? What about the bartender? Ready? Oh, you can't trigger the lever. No. Oh, you can't. Yeah, baby. Back up. Such an amazing feature. Inner work. Then report it, Scott, in the issues tab. Right, welcome to the caves. Right, let us go in, get 2 silver. Hello there, Agnor Hag. Evening. Oh, good morning. I lose track of what time it is. Anyway, what can I do you for? Looking for work? Yes. I would like a pickaxe. Nice. Let us go into the mines. Look at this, chat. We are earning monies. We are making monies. I don't know where... the thing is, you're all saying like, oh, you don't know where to sell your stuff. I'm also in the exact same predicament because I don't know where to sell anything. I might have been a big positive, but I've made sure not to know where everything is because I want to be stuck with you guys. If you find stuff that can be taken for stealing... If you can find stuff that can be taken, is it stealing or is it a glitch? What, it depends on what you mean. If you find yourself like, I don't know, like diamonds and shiz, then don't report it though. I mean, I'd say just report it so that we can isolate the issue faster. If that makes sense. But also, I'm curious. I found armor stands which can be looted. Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely put them back on and then report that one. Maybe privately. Don't know if it's no, it is not intentional. But I'd say report that one privately to either Mutton or to Failure. Make sure you give that to Xeno Drew. Because I don't really feel like we want people to start doing that one. Lovely. Can I keep it? Depending on what it is. If you come to the oh, look at that. Good morning, my friend.
Hello, friend. Just mining some too?
Sorry, what was that, my friend?
Are you just mining too?
Yeah, today I'm going to be denting down into the mine. Don't forget, this ain't just the first place. This place has many of levels.
I saw that. I saw it can go down. Go deeper in the mines and find probably rare stuff.
Lovely. I have rejoined. Lovely, 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 lovely. Cannot mine this yet? No, but I want to mine it. Gosh darn it, Heckams. You cannot mine this yet. Where else can I mine ye stone? Oh, I got back fast. Yeah, Sicarius, if you can find me and show me in character and I come across you and you're wearing it, sure, I'll be able to see it. But however, I doubt you should because it'll give you actual armor and it gives you a player advantage. True, we've got a big bug and we cannot lie. These other birds can't deny. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and the round thing in her face, you get right. Fairly well, friend. This is such a hightail thing. You know what? I'm gonna change my my GUI settings as well to 4 because I know that's gonna look large. However, it is very. This to me is hightail-esque. You know, this very much gives off typical. Excuse me. My friend, it's midnight. Why are you putting your sirens on?
Does he still not want to...
What the? Typical open GL crash, I think. Tick, tip, 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 tick, buckle. I could literally do this for hours. Oh, that's so good. How do I find you? I'm going to be in the mines. Locate the mines, you shall find me. I would typically say don't use this as a form of trying to find me because that is obviously out of character information. However, I need to know how bad this is because this could be game breaking straight away. Drew, please be in the chat or somebody please.
And what do I do with the bundled stone now?
Hello, friends. Who be there?
Hello?
Hello. I can hear you, my friend. Are you in my walls?
I'm under you, I think. I'm coming.
You're under me. Hey, get from beneath me. You've got to buy me your booze first. What's up? Unsantical has found a way to loot armor stands and wear the armor. Ooh. Can I do that? Can I do it myself? Nope. 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 No, no. Let's go to the forge. Wait. We need to go bundle up our stuff, don't we? That's what we need to do. Also, can I happen to get my items I was supposed to get when I joined? Yes, just relaunch Drago. You crashed, so when you rejoin, you should have them. Don't worry. Don't worry at all, my friend.
Makes sense.
Let's see, do we have anything else? I don't. Oh, yeah, I'm in the process of fixing it. Ah, fair. Fair enough. In sports, my name is Henrik Lefroy, and I have ruined my throat by doing voiceovers today. Let's go and sell our stuff to the dwarf in the mine. All hail the mines. Ooh. Look at this. Hello there, friend. Nice to meet your acquaintance.
Hello.
I see you've met my good pal Agnorga. Very nice friend.
Yeah, he doesn't speak right, though.
Ah, that seems to be an issue. Did you decide to cut his tongue out?
No. I'm just
Oh, never mind.
sitting talking to him. Maybe he'll formulate his thoughts better and then talk to me.
Speak, friend, or forever hold your peace. Later, dog. Oh, more stone to mine. Nice. So much stone, so much to see. Lovely thing, isn't it, my friends? To be fair, So far, I don't think much is like... I thought way more would be broken. So, to be fair, I haven't even bothered. You know what? There's one thing I haven't done. I haven't actually looked. I'm saying I thought more would be broken, and yet I've not looked inside of Discord to see what is broken yet. Do I want to? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of do. Let's see what's broken. Minecraft issues. Ha! Yeah, the bar. I'm fully aware of it. Hello, Cookie. How you doing? Welcome, Sin. I'm fixing at least a bug a minute. Lovely. Cookie, how are you doing today, darling? Welcome. Like some of the potion on me, bottle day break. You can pick them up. Oh, wow. I did not know that was a thing. What else? I saw, oh. Oh, he dropped his instrument. Oh, no. Appear to be in survival. Oh, that's one. These guys are pushable, potentially be moved. Oh, oh lord. I can take this flower. What? No! That's amazing. There's so many bugs. Oh my god, there's so many bugs. Oh, there's so many bugs. Oh, there's so many bugs. Me when I'm looking at Bugs Bunny. Oh. I love it. I'm good that I'll be able to play the closed beta tomorrow, but I'll install tonight. That is amazing. I hope you have an amazing time, and I hope you have an amazing night. Until then, oh, may as well go first person for this one. I hope you have an amazing night, Cookie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you have an insane day. Today has been such a fun one. It's been such a stressful couple of days trying to get ready. I feel like we're in a position now where we are ready. Even if we're not ready, it's good because now people are here and we're having a good time. It's all about the fun, you know? It's all about the fun. We're having a good time. I can operate the bar door. Oh, yeah, that just needs fixing. Don't worry. I'll get somebody to fix that ASAP. That one's fine. I addressed that one just before we people were here. So don't worry. That one's been made aware of. Oh wait, no, I think it got fixed, but it was fixed after we backed the world up. So it is fixed, just not for the next couple of... Just don't open the door or we'll just turn the door off. I don't want to turn the door off. Oh, wait, is this a thing still? Any create thing will be operational. Yeah. Forgot about that one. Wait, what? Apparently, it just... Ayo, shut done. Which is fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Hello, brother. How are you looking with your stone?
Hey, I got some stone. Do you perhaps know what I can do with the bundled stone, or where I can sell it?
Yeah, so short right now. I think his name is Agnor. He be down just in the below stages when you went down beforehand. Let me do it. Let me grab this while we talk. Alright, yes. So what we do, we go down to Agnor, and he seems to be able to be tradable with. Just not quite yet. He seems to be having speech problems. I think he has a sore throat.
He's getting better right now. He's getting better.
Yeah, exactly.
But, he bundles the stone. Yeah, I have that. But like, what do I do?
Oh,
it speaks.
He speaks.
He speaks.
I just disconnected. I was meant to go to settings and I disconnected. Which is fine. It's fine that they could open and close the door, but thank you for snoozing the ads as well. What's about Mama about you? You bumkiss. I am. I know. I'm an absolute bumkiss. Oh, that was the end. Ooh. Chamos incoming. Well, actually, Shaq, my name be Henrik Lafroy, and this be the accent he talks in. So, Who knows? Wait, am I going to get encryption problems for trying to join again? I hope not, because I logged that. Oh, that's a fun one. I didn't know that was going to be a thing. Fix the door? Yes. I'm going to join. Okay, I'm going to join for a bit. Yeah, lovely. Whoa, you had a crazy error? I literally disconnected and then reconnected. There actually wasn't an error. Like, I didn't glitch out. My game is also stuck on encryption. If it's stuck on encryption, chat, listen. Quick warning to everybody. If you do disconnect from the server in any way and it sends you back to the home screen, or in any way where it shows you that you're stuck on encryption, just kill your client, okay? Close Minecraft, rejoin. It is an error that we've been working on, okay? Your easiest way to get on the server, it's not because you're stuck in here. It's not taking a long time to join in. Your client's crashed. Just close it, reopen it. Is this the closed beta? More like closed beta. Yes. This roleplay, right? Yes, K-Dog, it is. It is. It is. Make sure that you do it. When you rejoin, I threw a 2K line. Lovely. That's what I like to see. Until Sunday night. Until Sunday. Oh, Shadows, don't tell me you've been sitting there for 10 minutes just staring at your screen like a little garden gnome. Until Sunday midnight, yes. For BST, yes. It's all localized in my Discord server, which you are not. If you are not in the chat, by the way, there you go. Join in. Don't break my microphone. Mwah. Don't do that. What are you doing, you silly little goose? And Shadows met up with each other for the first time in years. What? It's about time. Yes, localized time zones, chat. So look, this is how you're going to fix it. Watch. You're going to cancel. And if it doesn't cancel, you're going to get stuck on the screen. Look. Oh my god, I can't click. Oh my god, I'm clicking. Now look. Now it's closed. And now it's broken. Right, and I'm going to show you. See, there you go. This is what should happen. And then you're just going to do boink, close it. There you go. Bonk, bonk. It'll show up here showing an error. This is just for you guys if you haven't seen already. Just what happens if it crashes. Boom. Just close it and then just relaunch it. You should be good. That is an error that we do know about. It is something that we are working on. It should be able and should be fixed as soon as possible. Okay? So do not worry, my friendings. Do not worry, because for Henrik Lefroy and the Dream Team are here. And they're working on it. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, go back. Top left. That was... so much. Coffee time, chat. Coffee time, chat. Oh, it's coffee time, baby.
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, quack, Shanos. Drink water. Become moist. It is. It's coffee time. While that brews its bruisey little doozy, chat, I'm going to go and run to the bathroom.
Drink water. Become moist.
I shall be hydrating, chat. Drink some of that water. Can I get a cheeky little hour? Of course you can, baby cakes.
Drink water. Become
Nice.
Chat, if you've been struck with an ad, don't forget you can always use either your Twitch Prime or you can just tier 1 subscribble. It's super doozy. And whilst Sipsy doozy, whilst we're working on our coffee so we can hydrate like we were meant to. Thank you, coffee machine. You're making me a drink. Ooh, and then ooh, chap, I've got a fan next to me. It's just sitting here, right next to my left arm. And what it's doing is, it's fanning the coffee smell directly at me from the coffee machine. Can I get an ooh in chat? So nice. What I'm going to do... Oh. It was hot. Don't touch it. Ooh. Now it's time for the coffee pod. bottoms up. I'm going to run to the bathroom, chat. I'll be right back for your convenient eyes. Until then, jiggle. Good morrow, dear sir. Right, let's see. Hopefully we can join back. What does the fox say? Don't touch a coffee. It's very hot. And it's just a double shot of espresso. So it looks like that. Oh, you are so hot. Thank you, Centrosity. Okay, chat, welcome back. Zine! I swear to God, Zine.
PH4I1 just resubscribed for 7 months.
PH4I1, you are 3. I'm not 3, I'm 7. When you log back on, you lose everything. Yes. Well, not everything. It sets your inventory. My suspect is missing. No. So look, don't forget. Look, I've got I've still got my bubbles. I still have my bubbles. And look, they both are tagged. Look, there's my owner for me. This is now an unowned wallet with 40 RC in it. So now I have double the money. I mean, reap those benefits, baby. Thank you. Shouldn't show that on stream. Just be quiet. No. I mean, one, fix money duplication glitch. Yes, but if you get caught just doing it, are we supposed to be able to use the crafting inventory? You shouldn't be able to craft anything. There we go. I don't think you should be able to. There's nothing that you should be able to craft. Fixed. Lovely. I do now need to check if my... We now need to check if I got signed out of that job. Got the mod pack downloaded. Lovely. I was able to craft wooden planks before I realized there was a place... Zane, the crafted recipes for woodworks. You're now signed in from... Okay, I've just... That's so annoying. Let's do it all again. That was just tedious. Right, let's go craft ourselves some stuff. Might be a while before I join back onto HeroCraft. I got a huge anxiety spike. Drago, there's nothing to be anxious about. Look, we're all here, aren't we, Drago? The reason why, and I think this is a very good point to make about HeroCraft. Right? Now, the better thing to say, rather than don't be worried about it's just us. Think of this, Drago. This world's not real. This world right here, it's not real. This world is not real either. You can be whatever you want in this world, and no one's going to bat an eyelid about it. So it doesn't matter if you're anxious, if you're confident, if you're funny or a fool, or if you're stupid or smart. The reason why HeroCraft exists is so that people like you and I can just walk around. I'm anxious all the time. I have massive anxiety. Join the server. You don't have to talk. You just have to be you. Be a different person exactly. That's why the server's here. That's why. Drew, what's the city called again? Avalon. That's why Avalon exists. Best advice to you is we all feel the same. You're in good company. Exactly. Welcome to this internet. Please enjoy your stay. Well, half of the community is anxious or gay. That's what I'm going with. Let's start all of this mining again. I'm going itchy. Like, my hat is itchy. Not my head. My hat. Ta-da. Mod pack into Curse Watch where it doesn't have the voice mod. What? Demonic. I extracted the mod pack directly into Curse Watch where it doesn't have the voice mod. What do you mean? Are you sure? Wait, do we have... Is Steven here? Exactly, Cookie. There's no rush to be on here as well. Take your sweet old baby king time. For my name be Henrik. Hello there, friend.
Just so you know, that is my horse.
Oh, that be your horse. Oh, fair. Yes. Did you go in the rent? What's his name?
He doesn't have a name yet.
Give him a name. What I'll name him for you.
You have some suggestions?
His name is Barry.
Barry?
Barry. His name is Barry. Yeah.
Okay.
Call him Barry from now on.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
Nice to meet you, Barry. Nice hooves.
Don't, please. Don't, please.
His name be Barry, chat. I triple checked. What's it called? Good question. What's the voice mod called? I can't remember. Crafting is fixed. Lovely. Because you're gonna get a lot more output. You're gonna get a lot more bang for your buck if that's what you're doing. And wiping inventory. Lovely. See, chat. This is why. Oh, plasma voice. There we go. This is why we do beta testing, chat. Also, Zine, can I just point out? Look how accidentally perfect the alignment is of my camera with all of this. Look at that. That is perfect alignment right there. Not in there. It definitely is. Maybe re-download the pack, Demonic, because it is definitely everybody else who's on the set. Look, all these people. Oh, bro, look, I know it's nothing specific, but to me, it's perfection. Also, is the 7 compatible with VR? Try it. Who freaking knows, bro? If it is, please let me know, because that'll be hilarious. I don't know if Minecraft has default compatibility, but who knows? I get anxiety too sometimes. Oh, wait, let's keep moving. No, but maybe one day. That would be actually insane. I'm not going to lie, because imagine people who actually come to roleplay as the character. What is the bundles meant to be, actually? What? Stone. 12 stone for you. Thank you. 9, 10, 11, 12. Ha! Bundle. Oh! Nice! Can I put this on my feet or anything? No. Can I put you anywhere here? Let's see. Just out of curiosity, in case I can break it. No, can't do it. Right, now let's go there. That's cool. I'm downloading again. Cool. VR is possible, but it'll probably be HeroCraft 2. Oh, yeah. As a game dev, beta is always scary, but the best thing for finding bugs. Even once we watch Cookie. Oh wait, actually, Cookie. I know Shaq was boasting about you the other day to me. I was telling me that you also do games dev, which is also pretty freaking dope. I come from a games dev past, and then went into content creation. But oh, Shaq, don't you be hiding behind a little screen, you little look at you. Look at you. You're so cute. Look at him, chat. He's so cute. What the frick? Huh? Why are you interrupted? Oh, if you stand inside of grass, it interrupts your job. It's even crazier when it's a live service beta and I'm live fixing bugs like crazy. Oh, Zine, listen. Is this... Tell me this is not the most fun. Aye. Indie plus AAA? AAA? That's what I was. Oh, that's pretty cool. I used to work for... we're talking like 8 years ago. I used to work for Sony. And I started off as... Quitting time! I started off as... Oh, wait, it's not. Okay, wait, never mind. Are you having fun there, friend?
Yes.
I just switched... Chat, I just switched into... I switched into the wrong voice. I turned into Mater. That do be some water, friend. Very clear. Do not drink, though. Just in case. These things here. I don't think they're the clear... I don't recommend to do that. Oh, I might recommend don't fall into the water, especially when you can't swim. Be warned, friend.
I should be able to swim.
Oh yeah, you can swim, just don't get tired in the water. That's my best advice. He's going chat. Everybody's going to find out the hard way of what happens when you run out of when you get exhausted in the water, and I can't wait. I reckon there's going to be people that literally just wait for ocean dumped people. Let's go package some more stone. Yeah, I started off as a QA. Then I worked my way up, and then I started doing asset design. Then I moved up. Then I went on to level and design and games programming. Then I went on to team leader, and then I went to group leader, then division leader, and then went up to project management. And I need, in order for me to like go further in the company, I needed to get a degree. So I went to uni to study games development and programming. Got really annoyed with how easy it was. Which I'm not saying it's easy. It's just I had like 7 years experience in the industry, so I didn't need the qualification. But then it was very demeaning to do the course, and then my mathematics professor was telling me like 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. I was like, fam, you are so demeaning. So I just stopped going in, and then I also ended up quitting working for Sony. Oh wait, thank you. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 doink doink doink. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12. I need 3 more. Oh, that's the hiccups. I had been spinning, but I've fixed every reported bug and even unreported bug caught on the... Yeah! I like that nobody's gone down there yet. It fills me with reassurance. Oh. My friends, welcome yourselves in. If you're new here, my name be Henrik Lafroy. First of the realm. Definitely not the last. Also, Zine, you might also notice my GUI scale's 4 now, and I'm doing it just to piss you off. At the same time, I also love how it looks. It's very Hightail. And listen, Hightail, I'm sorry, but we brought out Hightail before you did. You guys were taking too long, so look what we did. Also, wait, Shaq, I've only just clocked on that you'd mentioned that you got an extension until July. That is insane, bro. That is nuts. So true. I don't know if you're referring to so true that it looks like... Because, fam, this really does look like Hightail. And it feels like what Hightail should do. And yet, we got Hightail before Hightail even came out. Look at this. We've made it. We've made Hightail. I should, like, tomorrow, by the way, I will include Hightail in the title. Did I get 3? 1, 2. I need one more. Why? Delilah. He's only gone and had us with the bigs. Is there any more stone that I can munch on, please? I want to munch on some stone. I need to sell everything I've got. But the stone, it's just not here. My friendings, I need to go. Drew, you missed. I snapped into Mata's voice before while talking. So I was like, make sure you don't swim when you can't swim or you'll fall and drown. I completely just changed. I character swapped. Awesome. I did a BSc in games design and a master's in creative technology. However, I'm going on to do however, I've been going through some layoffs. Now I'm focused on indie projects and freelance company. That's actually freaking dope. Are you allowed to say some of the credits that you're currently working on, or in fact maybe even something that you've done in the past, or like just flex on me? I just want you to flex on me right now, Cookie. I just want you to flex. I can stream it and do your work at the same time with less stress. But see, exactly. Bless you. Welcome in. How you doing? How has your day been? Can I please get myself some stone I could mine, please? I just need one more. I need to stop doing Mata's voice. That's going to be the biggest... Can I slash through still? No, I can't. That's fine. I just want... to be fair, I do have enough money here. I feel sick. Have you tried not? Just saying. Although I'm sorry that you're feeling ill. Hopefully I can make you smile a little bit. Just wait. Oh, we can get ourselves one. Oh! Oh, that live update in front. Oh, that's great. That's sweet. There's more stone at the end of the elevator. Oh, what? As in down or on top? Let's go find out. Oh, it's all coming, but oh, that's great. We can just keep going right now. Zine, check general in Sid Studios. Zine, check general in Sid. Boy, you really are trying your best. Trey, you want to see something? Go down. Wait, you ready? Reverse. Reverse. Oh, I love it. Oh. Okay. That's the thing, Drew. I'm not opposed to that, though. I'm not opposed to people being able to do that. Maybe lecterns are something that they shouldn't be able to access. They can't. Okay, that's better. I'm loving this so far. Drew. What a lovely little snack. What can I say except screw you? I even told you to I told you to flag them, bro. Can't even say I didn't. I did. That's on you. I know. See? I reckon we should allow them, though. But that means we'd have to have random tick on them. And I don't think we can, like, allow ticks on random items. Do I have enough space? We do. Nope, exactly. I'd love to have it so that they could just grab a random glowberry. Or have it so that you right-click on it, it gives you one, but there's a cooldown on it. That way it doesn't have tick speed, but it gives you the item. Do that one instead. So allow people to get them, but it's like you can only get one every like 5 minutes or so. Or like one every minute. I don't know. I did Minecraft up now. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, baby. I'm happy with what we're getting so far, chat. We can get 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay. Yeah, baby! Woo! That's what I'm talking about! I should just drop the wallet on the floor, really. Is there more stone over here? There it is. It is so hightail, it's not even funny. Can I not do it because it's... Oh, no, I can. Let's do my... Is it controls and mouse? Yeah. That is so much better. It's so much more adventure. It's so hightail. Nah, free food? Yeah, no, but it's like... It's one glowberry in a cave, you know? Oh, I need to go back. I think... Yeah, I'm full. I like that I get a warning as well that I'm very close to being full. It's so hightail without it being hightail. Hightail's gonna be so pissed that we've done this before them.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello there, friend. Can I climb this? I can. Oh, don't do it though. Hightail when they see HeroCraft. Oh, fam, they'd be so annoyed. I guess I should send that back down, should I not? That's gonna be... Oh, no, wait, they can call it. Never mind. Launching? Yeah, baby. I am proud. I'm so proud. Drew, you have no idea how proud I am of us. Boink. Oh, that nearly happened. Nope. Okay, that's fine. As long as it didn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're halfway to another one. Chat, tell me, is the Minecraft volume too low? Give me some feedback on the actual stream itself. Is Minecraft volume too low? Is it too high? Is the music too high, too low? Because I've got everything on mix and test, so I can kind of hear things cater to me. I don't know what it's like for you guys. It's perfect. Is it quite literally perfect? That is everything and more that I want to hear right now. Thank you. Stone. Or you're just saying that about the server in general. So you can come to me, please. Bless you. Right now, the main thing is if there's a bug, put it in Discord in issues so that we don't get people teleporting around the map constantly. Because Dean is bug fixing in Spectator. Where is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there we go. That's 12. Yeah, lovely. Sin, can I just say the server is brilliant? Don't say it to just me. Say it to the devs. Oh, lovely. Look at all that. There's 5 bundles of stone. I wonder how much money we'll get for this. Alright, let's go over. 5 a piece. So 5 bread for 1 piece. Can I just... Can I steal this horse? I can. Don't... Don't... Chat. Don't leave your horse. You're renting him, right? Can you swear but not excessively? Make up your own swears, right? So this is what I was saying. We can make... I'd say so. So what I'm... No, but here's what I'm saying. Let's win, right? Let's win right here. Very quickly. Let's win. We have a very good situation right now where we can make a server not include swear words. However, we can write in our own. It's a roleplay server. We have everything to do with swearing, but make up your own, right? If we make up our own language, 1, server dialect. 2, it's not swearing, so it can be PG-13, so we can keep it there. We don't want to bump it to 15. You peck and chip eater? Exactly. But even then, you know, like just saying, I don't know, you pelican snatcher. I mean, that means I don't know. Can I? Somebody's not getting their deposit back on the rental. That wasn't even mine to give out. I'm sorry. About that. I'm sorry. Okay, VR is not okay. Why? Azine just tried it. Azine was like, yeah, let's try it. Hey, do you buy my thing? Hello there. Is that the forge working on a new blade? Horse killer? Whoa. We're gonna starve. So many errors. Good. That's what we like though, right? Okay. We need to go get food. It's comically getting closer. Seeing the mining purchaser doesn't exist. The VR is flooding the console. Yes, that's what I like to see though. It's a good job I've got money. What a day it is, chat. My friends. What a great day. Please don't tell me I can do this. Can I do this? Oh, thank God. It didn't give me anything. Sign out. Signed out of mining. Lovely, we didn't lose anything either. Let's go get ourselves some food. I wonder if Steven's still working. You're in survival? No. Oh, wait, yeah, no, yeah, we all, yes. Yes. Everybody who... If I go into first... Look, if I go first person, yes, look, we're all in survival. When we got disconnected, I think Drago messaged this earlier. Drago had mentioned that... Or Drago, it might have been Scott, it could have been someone else. I don't know. I don't fucking know. The voice mod still isn't working? Ah, put that into issues. Thank you for healing me. I put it into issues in the Discord server, by the way, Demonic. That might be the thing. Yes, we started to put... What is that? Hello there, friend. Nice to see you.
Sorry, mate, how you doing? I new here. I don't know what I'm doing right now.
Whoa. There's... Hear me out. You have this thing called... you want to... think of your fingers, right? You see that tattoo on your finger called the Z? Yeah, put pressure on your hand where the Z tattoo is.
Wait, you alright? Can you hear me now?
You need a mumble drop, my friend. It seems to be you're whispering too quiet for my deaf ears. I'm getting old, don't you know?
Wait, can you hear me now?
No, not at all, my friend. Listen, I'ma visit you back in a few, okay? Take your considerations. Maybe consider your options of what's going on. I think that was a good one. Consider your options. Let's go buy some food. Hopefully Steven. Oh, wow. Hopefully Steven's in. Oh, no. Oh, no. Steven's not here. I need food. Who do we go for food? We need food. Consider your voice options. Yeah, like maybe consider your voice options, you know. Let's go see if there's anybody... I feel like that seagull's just stealing our stuff. Alright, let's go to the tavern. Hopefully the bartender's got something good for us there. Because we need to eat food. Drop a wallet, see if he... No, he definitely does. He ate everything that I had before. The only thing he didn't steal while I was walking around was my comms. Oh, he's still in the server? Drago? I don't know. No. I don't see join or leave logs. Right, let's see. Oh, hello there, my friends. Sees the trio are still dancing, singing along, giving their best. I don't know my way to the tavern. I think it's a left over at Entertainment Street. Did my PC blue screened? No. Your PC did not blue screen if you're in the chat. Trust me, you would know. Is it a left? Oh. Hello there, friend.
Oh, hello there. How's it going?
It is very good. How are you doing?
I'm doing not too bad myself. How about you?
I'm doing not too bad. I just mentioned that. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm not too bad.
I think you might have schizophrenia. You might want to take yourself and take a nap or something. You seem to be forgetting everything I'm saying, just repeating back. It's not good for your health, you know. Listen, I'm going to go into the tavern over here, just behind you. Grab myself a drink. You're more than welcome to join. What a weirdo. Aren't gingers banned from the city? Not yet. We haven't got law. I'm confident I blue screened. Oh, hello there, friend.
Hey, the bartender's kind of sick right now. I'll be taking your order.
Oh, hello, friend. Listen. Oh, what a... Oh, my friend, listen. You're a lifesaver. There's nobody working... Oh, sorry, I just wanted to smash a bottle. Yeah, you have no idea. Nobody's in the kitchens. Nobody's inside the bakery. Nowhere. Right now, it's horrendous trying to get some food.
Well, bread, 1 copper.
Oh, 1 copper I can do. You see, have you met Steven yet?
I have met Steven.
Yeah, you see, Steven does 5 bread, 1 copper. Here, I owe you 2 copper. There you go.
Well, there you go.
That, you know what? I'll take it. And you know what? Just for your troubles, take a lucky copper for yourself. Listen, I need to go get back to work. These mines don't get done themselves, and I've got a lot of stone to sell.
Right then, have at it.
I'll
be here, throwing one back. You need a drink? You need some bread? I'm right here.
I got you, friend. I got you. I'll catch you another time.
See you later.
Love and guidance. Yo, Ibs, how you doing? I'm low-key being here from the start, but just been revising. Only decided to say hi now because I am going to bed. Or school in the morning. Take a yo, Ibs. I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate the luck as well. Have an amazing night. Have fun at school tomorrow. Hydrate. I'm going to hydrate for you. Let me see. I'm confident it was a blue screen, but I was in the server on my meta. You was in the server on your Meta Quest 2. Zines off to parents. I'll catch up on the bugs in a few hours. Lovely stuff. However, well, apparently, it wasn't bugging out then. Let's have a shot of espresso. Oh yeah, that's the good shit. Oh yeah, that is the good shit. What is this place? Please don't do that again. Yeah. Dragon, don't. Please don't do that. Where are we? Even I don't know this place. Oh, I do know this place. Oh, I know where this is. But there is a mod that add VR support. No. It doesn't matter if you have a mod. We don't have the support, so you'll crash the server. So that's why we're like, maybe don't do that. I'm going to be silly and join on my on your Steam Deck and see how it goes. Be so silly, Cookie. Wait. Look, now I'm being silly. I've cut off circulation under my leg so I can sit on my leg. It could be worse than crashing our server. It could damage his PC. I mean, it's politely though. Hear me out. Your PC, it says damage his PC. That's your silly little self's fault. If you break the server, that's a me problem. Don't break your PC, but that's a you problem. Don't break your PC. On desktop mode, so it doesn't play. Okay, cool. Okay. My head was being cabbage for like half a second. Oh. Does the horse disappear? I think if you rent it, maybe. However, if you leave your horse around, somebody might just steal the horse. You know? I didn't know, and that there was risks. Well, hear me out now at the same time. Don't do it again. Okay? Don't try break the literal server. Find bugs. Don't break the server. Ouch. What's here? That's nothing. Okay. This is... I'm not gonna... Sneaky. Is there anything in... What is it in... Okay. This is the best FOV, by the way. Ooh. Oh. Do I need to increase my proximity to push the talk settings? Okay, now that you're in the chat, I'm glad you got the hint now, Shaq. So what you do, you go into V, and you can go here, and you can turn your volume up or down. Not only that, you can turn other players up or down, right? So this is what you can do, see? So I can turn players up or down depending on what I need to do. You can then set your proximity distance to wherever you want. See? Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say. So what I was trying to say is check the tattoo on your hand. The one that's Z. As in, push the Z key. Because we can't just... You can't say press that button because that's not in character, right? That kind of stuff. I'm going to go throw this wallet on the floor somewhere. This is out of character. Yes, exactly. When it comes down to technical things, I'm trying to give people hints on like what to do. Consider it's beta. I mean, find things out for yourself. But also, if you don't know like a technical term, then I guess I kind of have to help. Right, let's go to throw this. Does this wallet have anything in it? Nope.
Hello there.
Hello there. Ayo, Shadows. How's it going, Shadows, so far? Shadows, are you not in the server yet? Like the VR thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's been a hell of a day one alpha beta. Listen, it's been a hell of a day. But we're loving it. Well, I'm loving it. I guess it's because I'm playing on it and you're reaping the benefits of people breaking shit. Bro, I'm really busy right now, but in like 2 minutes I'll be on. Hey, yo, listen, there's no rush. It's because you said that you were going to join before. I'm like, where are you? You know what I mean? Hopper's okay. Hopper's good. What if I was to... Hoppers be decoration, right? Hoppers be quick. Hoppers be thick. Hoppers be sitting and jumping on something. What if I... No, I'm facing the wrong way. What if I was to face this way? Okay, I've lost the wallet. The wallet is now... Oh, no, it just fell into... Okay, never mind. I got it back. That's weird. You could... You can hide things? Oh, that's a hiding spot, chat. Oh. Yoink. Now look at that. I can take it. As I've seen of city populated, I enjoy. Also, are we gonna remove... You didn't know that? Why would I know that? Are we going to... Zine, are we gonna disable tab? Because I feel like you shouldn't be like, oh, I wonder if... I don't think you should be able to go, oh, I wonder if blank is online. Oh, yes, they are online. I feel like it's a case of calling, maybe. Because, like, it should be a case of going and just scrolling and going, okay, cool. Boom. You know?
Who is that?
Hello there, friend.
It's not Steven. Hey, Steven. You're not Steven.
I'm
Oh,
not.
it's Henrik.
My friend, Steven does not even look like me.
Bruh.
Oh, hello there, friend.
I'm Sense. What's your name?
My name is Henrik Lafroy. You look kind of... You're not from these parts, are you?
I'm not quite sure where I'm from. I woke up on a ship a distance away from here.
That's
This is
I do
since
not
he woke up
remember.
with amnesia.
I do look a little bit different from everyone else, I have noticed.
that's okay. Listen, this city is a place for everyone. Make yourself welcome. Listen, have a bread on me. Oh, cool. See, do you see,
Thank you
Jenna?
very much. We are currently on the way to look for the blacksmith.
Here, this. Oh, well, okay, never mind. I did not see a thing.
I'll see you later, Henrik.
Hey, oh, it's nice seeing you, friend.
Nice seeing you too.
Hello there.
Why, hello.
What be your name, friend?
Isabella.
It's nice to meet you, Isabella. My friend, my name be Henrik. And may I say, I do really enjoy the color of your eyes.
Why, thank you.
Listen, I've got to go and tend to things. However, listen, have some bread. That one be on me.
Oh, why, thank you.
Have an amazing day. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lady Isabel.
Nice to meet you too.
Whoa. This wallet can go there. We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, we've got 4, we've got 5. I say, chat, let us go back to the mine, shall we? One thing I do want to note to people, running other players actually relies on them appearing on tab, annoyingly. Okay, fair. Oh, wow, I'm tired. Wait, is that... Is that the wrong location? Oh, that's a hospital. Oh. Let's go to chat. Let's turn it down to 40%. There we go. And let's just check the chat one more time. Let's set it to chat settings. Let's change it to 27. Your items are gone. Not sure why. Oh, is that still a thing? No, I'll be catching later. I'm off the PC. Yay. Drago. What did Drago say? Is there a way to unbind it though? Oh. Not right now though. There's no need to do it right now. This is only the most crucial stuff. And for, yes, shouldn't happen again. Okay. Is the caffeine o'clock, chat? Chat, did you know that Shadows is stinky? Don't you just... I could genuinely just sit here and just watch that. Like, that just... We got Hytale before Hytale came out. Yeah, that's right. Screw Hytale. Screw Hytale. Screw Hytale. Screw Hytale. Offer you a few hours, please report bugs in Discord. I'll get them fixed ASAP. Time for recording session. Thank you for letting me play on the beta so far. Looking forward to playing more later. I will see you soon, Ari. Drop a like if you drop a like. If you cannot, I understand. Until then, good luck. Have fun in your recording session. I love you as always, and I will see you soon. Thank you so much for joining on so far, Ari. I would love to know what you think. I made a report on Discord. Lovely stuff. Fake shack. Off to bed soon. See you later. See you later, Scott. Thanks for playing, buddy. Right, let's go and find ourselves. Look at that moon, though, chat. Oh, it's amazing. Like, chat. What an amazing night. Am I right? Oh my god, this is just beautiful. This, it just looks amazing, chat. Just, oof. Oof. Sometimes it is just all about, like, just watch this. You ready? It's just super, like this. You ready? Just how nice does it just looks so aesthetic. Everything about it. Oof. I'm afraid to stream and promote it, as I don't want to bring toxic people into your community. I mean, if you're streaming and you've only got toxic people in your community, why don't you just... You can always change what goes on in your community. Don't forget, at the end of the day, chat, if you are a streamer and you are trying to grow your community and you don't like your community, or there's something toxic about them, remove the toxic people. You don't need to you don't need to keep people inside your community just because it helps for a number. If somebody is not cool for your vibe, or somebody is making other people feel uncomfortable, just get rid of them. If you like them and you want to keep them, that's fair. But if you think they are toxic for your community and toxic for your brand, why do you keep them around? The slash ban exists for a reason. I know it's enticing to keep people in your chat because it helps with that extra viewer. But you will not... Listen, think of it like this. If they're toxic, they won't last long anyway. Not even that. It's... If they're toxic, they'll stay around if they're trying to control your server. Hello there, friend.
Oh, hello again.
Are you looking around? You'll find yourself a good job yet?
Yes, I did. Oh, he's fallen asleep. I went to go try out the mines. I'm very interested in doing some blacksmithing, but I must get some tools to allow myself to...
That's good. Have you found yourself a way to earn yourself some copper first?
Ah, yes, I did some farming. I think I've made at least 4 silver so far. And
My friend, are you okay?
I think he's tired of showing everyone around. We were late at the barn and he took us over here. What's happened?
Don't make me tired, my friend.
hey.
I've got a long day of work ahead of me.
Henrik.
Brother, I don't believe I got your name before.
Mark Anthony.
Mark Anthony. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance formally.
Okay, good night, Henrik.
Don't make me yawn, my friend. You're going to make me yawn. I've got so much work to do in the mines. Oh. Disappear, my friend. Oh, Jack, he's going to make me so tired. Fam, you made me yawn. You made me actually yawn. Well, yeah, no. You say if the toxin won't last too long, people will. I'm not signing in. People will leech onto your, like, if they know that they hold a control onto you. It's been a long day. I wasn't trying to. Oh no, it has been. I've been awake for a long time. I have. What time is it now? 1. I've been up for 20. Well, no, coming up to 20 hours. However, yeah, if you got toxic people in your community chat, listen. Slash ban exists. If they are controlling your chat, listen. What's it worth to you? That one toxic viewer to make your number go up by 1? Or them stopping an extra 5 people coming into your community because they don't like the toxicity in there. It's all up to you. 1 viewer or more viewers. Henrik, should let them know that they just hit it once with the right hand. Oh. Hello, my friend. It seems to be that you seem to be trying to mine out the stone a little too hard.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, listen. A very easy thing to know if you're trying to get all of the stone that you can get. Just hit it with your right arm and it should click very easily.
Oh, that is what I'm doing. I'm just hitting quite hard with my right arm very quickly. It felt like it was doing more when I was farming, so I was wondering if it would make a difference there.
No, don't worry about it.
It's less tiring.
Yeah, just hit it once with your right arm. It'll click once. Everything will click into place. Everything will click into place. I don't like to harbor toxicity. Then ban them. It's as simple as that. If you have toxic people in your community, ban them. If you don't like that kind of behavior, ban them. That's what I did. It's what I do. I enjoy the vibe that we have with people. I like that people will like finish work and then they'll come straight here and they'll jump into chat. Like, watch. Arveknala, are you still here, my goofy little friend? Perfect example of toxicity. I'm kidding, Arvik. You know I love you, bro. Oh. That's been a long day, though, too. I am also kind of hungry. In the real world. Let's continue down and let's get some more mining done. Welcome to the HeroCraft raid. HeroCraft!
I believe this is a slight problem.
Huh?
Just right on these shelves. All of them, I believe. I tested it out on 3. If you shift right click, jump. I don't know if exactly how. Well, you might be able to you can just break it.
Huh?
You don't have to right click.
I hear somebody just say right click. Somebody just said right click. Hello, my friends.
Hello. We're just currently addressing an issue where it's possible to steal from the blacksmith. It's quite a problem. He must definitely guard his stuff more.
Fair. Okay. I understand now that it was somebody addressing it from something else. Wait. Oh, oh my god, I know who it is. Oh, I know who it is. I know what it is. I want to go see if I can do it before it gets taken away. Just because I'm curious, you know. Just because I'm curious. Chat, I'm so sorry. I purchased a hammer. Never mind. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. No, okay, so you can't get in any of these. Are we still in survival? We are still in survival. Drew, you know we're all still in survival, right? Nice. Look at me. What if I just... I'm just saying. If you die, then respawn should fix. Okay.
can you please not steal my horse?
You see the way I parked it up for you?
I should likely return the things I took, right?
Kidnapping, to be honest.
Let's see. Let's go get... How much have you got? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We need 24, so we need another 6. That's 2 more full stone. That could be why the R stands and item frames. Huh? Wait, what was that in reference to again? Oh, wait, is it the thieving thing? I'm going to show somebody, who's going to be the lucky person. Why can't I? Odd. Pro Minecraft tip. If you kill someone and then tap shift repeatedly, if you kill somebody in this server, you're gonna have a very different way of finding out. You're gonna frick around and find out. Bundle. Bundle. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn it! Let's do it. Demonic, I think if I was to slap shift repeatedly around you, I think everybody would find it hella funny. Such a Minecraft pro, dude. Oh, it's so good. Everything about this is so... I think the music might be a tad. Is that... Oh, that's so much... That is on the money. Oh, yeah, that's funny. Oh, yeah, 100% for chat. Next time you see Demonic, if you find him in the server and you kill him, I won't tell anybody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, 8 more stone. There's not a guy to sell our stuff to yet. That's the unfortunate thing. So far it is quite literally just... So... Oh, wait. I think it's a case of if you sell your items, then you earn rep. Other than that, I don't know. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, well, you know what? Fair. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nice. Oh, there's so many cool people. I like that we don't have a join log though. The join log not being on here is kind of cool. I appreciate that note a lot. Good morning, friend.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Just going for my morning walk.
You enjoyed your walk. I didn't catch your name, by the way. My apologies.
I'm Jakarius Helsing, friend. Nice to meet you.
Jakarius. Is that so? Is that what you said? Jakarius.
Yes, that's my name. I apologize.
No, don't worry about it, my friend. My name is Henrik Lefroy. The pleasure is all
Nice
mine
to
to
meet
meet your acquaintance.
Pleasure to meet you as well. I was just actually on my way to go to the mines.
Oh, well, you'll find a few people who have ventured into the mines today. We're having a good time. Feel free.
Hopefully no
venture down.
incidents.
No incidents yet. Enjoy yourself. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too, Hendrik.
Until the next time, my friend.
Until next time.
Gonna head out. I'll catch you around. Boom. I'll see you soon, Drago. Thanks for dropping by, dude. It's a pleasure as always. Have a great night. Thanks for joining in. If you could drop a lurk, drop a lurk. If you can't, I appreciate it anyway. Nevertheless, have a great time. It's nice seeing you, dude. Later, dog. Right, chat. Let's find somebody who we can double cross. Let's make an enemy. Who should we make an enemy of? I know exactly who we can make an enemy of. Let's see if... Wait, do I have the information of Shadows? I don't. Shadows! Where are you, bro? Shadows! Where are you, friend? I need to find myself with Shadows. Shadows, I stay. We can't make money, we can't make rep because the miner doesn't have a bundle buyer. Oh, we should call them bundle buyers. Oh, that'd be great. He's not a salesman, right? He's a bundle buyer. That's such a good name. I really thought that was We Are a Pirate. Oh, look at that. It's our dear friend Hugh Lumberjackman. Look at that. I love it. I think Shadows is setting up voice keybinds. It's time to set it to mouse button 5. He should be fine. Okay, I'll leave him be for now. If he's dealing with technical difficulties. Oh my god! Right, coffee time. Double espresso time. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne. A single tear came to my eye. Oh, look at the windmill! It's a windmill. It's a windmill. Oh wait, did this get disabled yet? It did not. Never mind. Ah, chat. I just get lost. There's a chicken loose. Where's the chicken? My friending, where's the chicken? Oh wait, no, I know where they are. Welcome to the chicken farm, Jay. Hello there, friend. Oh, hello there, friend. Nice little blue. Oh, brother, those are some very blue eyes.
Yes, yes.
It's nice to meet you. What be your name, friend?
Mason. What be yours?
Ah, Mason, pleasure to meet you. My name be Henrik Lefroy.
Oh, nice to meet you. Can I get your number?
Hey, buy me a drink first. Yes.
Buy you a drink? I'm poor. Just a simple farmer.
There you go, friend. Well, listen, if you're ever near the mines or you ever need help around that area, be sure to find me. I'll be over there a lot for now.
I'll be farming.
Until then, friend, nice to meet you.
Yes.
I've set up the FOV so that it looks like this. Chat, don't forget, if you are new to the channel and you're just tuning in, by the way, my name is Syntrocity HD. That's SYNTROCITY HD. That's me. You can find us live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. But this week alone, we're going to be going live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Full 7 days. Oh my god, just for your faces at home to enjoy. Just while we're doing the live, well, it was meant to be closed beta, but it's semi-closed. It's a semi-private alpha for the server. This is HeroCraft, our roleplay haven that we've been working on for a couple of weeks. It's kind of cool. We're enjoying it. You know, we've been putting slave hours into it. There's easily about 200 total hours plus of dev put into this. That means 10 days realistically. There's easily been about 500 hours worth of dev work put into this server. Easily. In fact, I have to wait. We can work this out actually. How many hours have we put into this dev work wise? Let's see. So, after some messing around, you got us to work in handheld? Oh, let's go. Okay. Okay, that's actually, you know, the physical, if I could put this into words, no, it'd have to be more of a, yeah, that's it. That's kind of, if I have to say so myself, and I do say so, and I did, but that's kind of nuts actually. Bravo. Get a celebratory clap from my hands doing this. That sounds hella sus, just. Stop that. Too many? Let's figure out. So if we had 10 devs for what is 15 days, right? And they all did 16 hours. 115 by 16, right? 115 times 16? Let me think on the top of my head. That's 2,400. There's been close to 2,500 hours of dev time on this server in 2 weeks. Yep. 2,500. That's something. Let me change quickly. Let me change the players that we're playing on, because this is a dungeon one. Is this? Okay, I'm okay with that one. Let's go with this, and let's just go to a song radio for this one instead. There we go. This will be the better one. IMO. Yeah. Annoyingly, we can't sell our stone because there isn't a stone selling vendor right now. So that's kind of the problem we've got. Let me just see. Is anyone still getting into do we have a place to sell ores to yet? We can't hold onto things forever. Lol. No money. No problem. Let's see what, in fact, let's just do a quick bug report, right? Let's see what's on there. Oh, okay. Crafting because we are spawning in survival. The button? What do you mean the button? How the friggin' hell did you get a button? Says packaging complete, but the bundles were made. Oh, okay. You can take oh wow, okay. Okay. Can destroy minecart. Oh, you destroyed the minecart, you little freak. Oh no. You can destroy it and pick up rope by clicking it. Oh no. Oh no, not that one. That's not possible. The cactus can be removed from bottles like this. Like what? Okay. That's yeah, we know that one. Okay, demonic. Still fair. Okay. So far, so Gucci, though. I like it. Okay. Ah! We've there is so much going on. Do 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 do. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I just accidentally viewed my stream and then double clicked because I bonked it and then I went full screen. No, 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 no. Chat, did you know that you can also bonk me? That sounds mad. Don't do. Listen. Hover over your screen. Get your mouse, right? Look at me. You see my face? Hi. Use your left click on my face on the stream right now. Do it. I'm okay with... Why would you do that? That was mean. Not actually do it. Just think about... Why would you do that? That was kind of mean. And for that... I'm gonna go cry to myself. Kind of cool though, isn't it? Good server. Very good. It's very cinematic. Everything about it is cinematic. Ah, what a time. Shh. Didn't see anything. Whoa, who is that and what is that? What is... Oh. Oh, hello, friend. Welcome back.
Hello.
And hello, what's... Oh, a big important question. What is your horse's name?
Oh, I've not come up with a name for him.
Bradley. His name is Bradley. Yes. Hello, Bradley.
I have a little something.
Oh?
Whoa,
what
is to sell?
What was that?
Try some?
I would love to try some. What is this?
You have to keep it on the low. But
Oh, my friend. Oh, that feels so good. My friend, listen, this between you and I, okay?
alright.
I'll be sure to come back for you for your harp services. Between
Okay.
you and I, okay?
Okay, just between us.
Oh, I'll remember this. Farewell, friend, and farewell, Bradley. Chat, he's literally selling hop day one. He's a hop farmer. Ah. No, I didn't say anything. You know what you're on about. I was saying, I'm so excited. That doesn't sound so excited. I was saying, I'm so excited. I have amazing news and some slightly bad news. Hello there, Mark. Nice to
Hey.
see you, friend.
Hey, Henrik. So, I've got a bit of a business thing here, right?
I'm listening.
So, if you bring me 2 bundles of wheat, I can give you 5 copper, which about doubles your money. From selling from that guy over there, he's a ripoff. He's a scam artist. I'll do 2 bundles for 5.
What? My friend over yonder, who I just came across.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know who you just came across.
Oh, he's riding a horse. He's my good friend.
No, I didn't see him, but
Oh.
no, the guy over there buying the farm goods. He gives you 2 copper for 2 bundles, which is 24 wheat.
Ah, you see, no, I'm not going near farming right now. I'm stuck in the mining mindset. Only downside is I don't seem to find somebody that wants to buy any of my stone.
Well, listen. If you see anybody, send them my way. I'm gonna be over there at the eatery, and I'll buy 2 bundles for 5 copper from them.
2 bundles for 5 copper.
Keep in mind that the bakery will also do 3 bread per copper.
Oh, really? They do 3 bed?
3 bread per copper, yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. However, I do like going to my friend Stephen.
Steven? Well, see, Steven is my business partner.
Oh, okay, that's fine then, that's fine. Listen, if I ever get myself some wheat, then I'm telling you, I'll go straight down to you, and then I'll be getting my bread from Stephen. So far, he'd be doing me great. He gave me some free bread when I seem to have misplaced my wallet.
Oh.
Worst and weirdest thing ever happened. It's a crazy one. But it's always the last place you look, and then when you find it, you find your old one. It was insane. So now I just have 2 wallets just in case. One to show and one to blow. Listen, well, it was a pleasure seeing it. Listen, I've also got... I can do... Listen, let me... There you go. You can have my phone number. Enjoy it. Call me whenever you like. My communication... The gods have been graceful to us. The fact that we have these communication crystals. You've got to really love their work. The wizards are doing amazing things.
That they are.
I'm going to go back into the mine now. I'm yearning for the mine. I'm earning a lot of stone, except just not enough copper. But for now, that's okay for me.
Go ahead, yep.
Until then, Mark, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Alright, Henrik. Remember, keep in mind, send some business our way. We'll do 5 copper per 2 bundles of wheat, and 3 bread per copper.
Lovely stuff. Listen, if you can keep me going for 4 or 5 the way that Steven's going, I love you for it.
Steven's doing 3. Don't try to shush me. Here, I'll give you 3 right now.
Oh, thank you. Listen, I'm just going from what Steven done. He might have done it as a favour, though. He might have done a
did you
favour.
a favor. Yeah, the going rate's 3 bread per copper, so...
That's okay. So are you in the bacon business permanently?
That's right.
Okay, well listen. Let's hope that there'll never be bad competition and just good blood. Until then, friend, I'm going to go back to the mines.
We'll see you.
Fare thee well, Mark. Venture well. I have amazing news and some slightly bad news. What is the news, Mr. Failure? Tell me. Check this code when you're free. Check it on my phone while I walk. Keep it cinematic and all that. I'm on do not. Oh, my phone's on do not disturb mode because of the picture I was sharing. Oh no. Alright, let's check Discord while we do this. Where's the ping? There it is. Ah! Okay, chat. Whilst I read this, because it seems to be important, I've been pinged specifically for it. Let's enjoy this cinematic. Let me see. What's the slightly bad news? That's only good things to me. Oh. Oh. Okay, so what's the fix though? How do we overcome this? Because if it's all being hosted, do we have to get a daddy for it? Yeah. Okay. How much is it going to cost us to host it? If that's the case. Hello, investor friends. Oh, this is beautiful. How about we go take a look around the city? Chat, we actually haven't toured the city yet. Nice. Nice. We'll figure it out. Okay, I was just too excited about the numbers. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Be excited. We've worked hard on it, bro. We've got the sign-ups. People want to do it. People are going to be playing it all weekend. And then when they do and we close it again, it's only going to generate more hype. And then once you've got the hype generated, 0.75. And then once you've got 0.75, 1.0. And that's when the trailer's a thing. Oh wait, this is a good test. Oh, you can access lecterns. Good to know. Also, the next thing is figuring out distant horizons. Hmm. It'll be a funny thing to test. I know where we can test this. Oh, shadows! Where are you, my friend? It will be a pleasure to meet. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Pwah. Oh no. Oh, I will definitely die if I do that. Okay, I seem to be in a little bit of a pickle. Oh, I seem to be in a pickle. Oh, that'll be fun. If we can add our own like Zelda. Well done. I'm just saying, I'm a bit of a genius when it comes to getting stuck in places. I wonder if we'll come across Shadows at any time. I wonder what job Shadows is doing. Now that he's finished. Help me, Stepson, I'm stuck. Help me, Step Henrik Lefroy. I'm stuck. Alright, let's see. Is there anybody in the fish market? We're here to make friends. Oh, that's so nice. I've just realized. Huh? Ain't no way you didn't put... Not on my watch. Nuh-uh. Oh, I'm fixing this right now. Where is it? Resource packs. And then we go to the right pack. Resource packs. Ain't no way you're taking this away from me. Oh, the second that I look at an actual tree. Need to see. Ah. The second I look at a tree for 1 second, I'm like, nah, that ain't how my trees look. Give me my trees back. I want my round logs back. My Uncle Earl and my Drac. I have to check my Discord on here because if I do this right now, that's just oh, Zine, I'm hella aware. I'm going to probably see if any of my content creator friends want to look at a clip or so from today's session. I'll post it in some of the collaboration servers. Be like, hey guys, look at how freaking fun this is. Oh yeah. Gucci gang, 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 Gucci Gucci gang, 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 Gucci Gucci gang. It's only the beginning. It's only the beginning as well. Oh yeah, no, this is the part, and this is how it starts. It's the literal most bareback buds. You know the thing that was I wouldn't say it's the part where like I was starting to fear. I think there was like Zine. Zine. I actually don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how to do it from the Minecraft client because it's actually that's client side. I guarantee you I know what it is. I can tell you already. It's just it takes to relaunch the server. It's about to just it's about to freaking crash, isn't it? Oh, it saves. I'll walk you through it tomorrow. That's fine. My main problem is going to be it's going to reconnect me to the server and it's going to wipe everything I've just got again. That's the one thing I really don't want to happen. Even though I completely understand it, but ugh. Does that keep happening? It happened once when I launched and it wiped my invent. That's the only thing is I haven't had to do it yet again. Fingers crossed it doesn't do it again because it keeps giving me what it keeps doing is it doesn't wipe my inventory. It keeps replacing my inventory with the starter kit. So that's what keeps happening. Let's see. Don't be empty. And it's empty. That is upsettingly annoying. I still have my baubles. But now I don't have any com crystal or any of my... I have like 8 bundles of stone. I don't mind having to like rebuy the piece, the pickaxe. That I'll deal with. Fine. Has my game just crashed as well? My game just crashed as well. Oh, did it? Nope, it's catching up. It's just loading everything in at once. There we go. Oh, wow. Okay. We do have the shard os. Is hearing a bell in the distance at night bad? No, that just means it's nighttime. It quite literally just means it's nighttime or daytime. Now let's also see if it's put us in. It's okay. And Zine, one thing I will point out as well. We're still in survival mode, my dude. No, yeah, exactly. It's proximity based as well. Wait, Lancelot should be here. It's so weird. It's like my pushes aren't being applied. Lancelot! Huzzah, aspiring warriors, dreaming of the god's life. It's a quest filled with honor and sacrifice. Arm yourselves, for the journey begins. Forward to immortality. Hello, Lancelot. Signing out. Signing out. Okay, or just, oh my god, or just, oh my god. Zine, because you can't sign in or out of land of gods, that... Okay, never mind, it didn't do anything, it was just loading things. Oh, that's the, Oh. Have that back. I want this one anyway. Does that mean that there's other things in here that I can access? I can literally... Oh my god, I can access the entire room. Even the keg? Even the keg, chat. Oh my lord. Close that door. It's the jail. Oh, I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. There we go. Now nobody can get in or out. Is swimming not allowed? Swimming is allowed. Good luck swimming for long, though. The second that you stop swimming, you'll notice something. That's upset. Oh, I keep thinking instantly. Yeah, it's because you stop. It's because you stop swimming. Oh my god, the lag. Oh my god, the lag. Oh, that made me feel uncomfortable. Walking into this house, walking in here is so much lag. What was that? Unsensical, was this you, by the way? That took the items out of this? Yes, yeah. Fix the stupid inventory wipe. Going to reinitialize players, so one more freebie on rejoin. I told you, Kosher. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Zine, did you see the Lancelot thing? Out of curiosity. Oh, my legs, chat. Lovely. Yeah, just protect the doors. Lovely. Yeah, okay. I saw that. I can see it. I don't know what it is as well, by the way, Zine, but look, this area is hella lag. Something about, not this area. No, it's up these stairs, I think. I think it's this. Yeah, it's this. This place is lag sent. Oh my god. Something is loading in here. And it is causing everything. Like, I mean, everything to lag. Who knows, though? Could... What I will say... Am I locked in here now? Ugh. So much lag. It's a guards keep in general, I think. I think the guards grounds... Hella buggy. Lol. Ugh. You're laughing like it's something that you're like, oh, you're gonna love this. I know what's lagging. Go on, entertain me. Entertain me, what's lagging? I'll tell you off stream, it's a secret. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. Oh. Okay. Never mind. I guess it was not meant to be there. I get out this way. Thank the Lord. I did not want to walk all the way back around. Oh. It's just hightail but better. What the?
Hello.
Hello there, Isabel. Pleasure to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
How are you doing? How is your day going?
It's going well. So far, no trouble, no criminal activity in the city, as far as I know. So.
As far as you know. Well, let me tell you, between you and I believe somebody is trying to dispense hop.
Oh.
But you didn't hear it from me. Use it as only knowledge. And only knowledge. You never heard it from me. However, I must scatter. I've got many to do and many people to see.
Alright.
Use the knowledge I said, Isabel. Farewell, maiden. Can you leave the city yet, or does it not work? You can leave the city, but it won't take it anywhere. If you know what I mean. Right, let's go to commerce. No, you know, oh, if there's, you know what? If there's anywhere that I feel like Shadows will be, it'll be here. I think you go to where the mobs are. No, not yet. Oh, it's lagging so much. I'm so mad at Minecraft right now. Why, demonic? Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. You are my fire. Give me some music. Music, man. I haven't found Shadows yet. Huh. I wonder where Shadows is. Huh. Let me that. Let me that. Let me. me now. Huh. I love the restaurants. That's where they are. You're at the restaurant. Makaluracha, makaluracha, da 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 da. Right, let's go find ourselves a teleporting crystal, so we can go down to the restaurant. Hey Wongji, how you doing? Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a great day today. Oh, I guess everybody must just be chilling at the restaurant. That's where the commotion is. Let's go to Commerce Square. It's literally behind us. Here it is. Well, Shane your bonds. Hey yo, Wanji, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome to this internet. My name is Intrusty HD. Formally introduce myself. Nice to meet you. SYNTROC2YHD, that's me.
Hello.
Alright, good morning, friend. How are you doing?
Hi, how are ya?
You don't be any chance of seeing some more, some new citizens who have recently came down to visit.
The weird ones? They're sitting there in the back.
Yeah, the weird ones. There's one that smells a little funny. Do you know who I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's back there. He's got a weird face.
Oh, let me go into... I'll be right back.
Came to this city. I met Seamus on the same boat, believe it or not. The
Hello.
same boat, the same transit. And then,
Hello.
yeah.
My
It's my story right
friend,
there.
nice to meet you.
Hello, that you. You're
So close.
What's your name?
It is.
Are you smelling, you know?
Your horse is out of control.
Or what's the name of
wow,
you? Oh wait, I know you. Hello there. Look,
My horse.
that's Bradley the
You smell
horse.
smelt. How do you feel?
Yeah, everything okay?
How do
You
you
just-
fellows
Oh,
doing? Nice to meet
Wow.
you.
Nice
Hello.
to meet you. Wait, what's your name, by the way? What's your name?
My, oh, that's a nice little accent you've got going on there. My name is Henrik Lafroy. Nice to meet you. What
Nice to meet you,
what
Henrik
be your
Lafroy.
name?
My name, believe it or not, is Shaharos, man. Shaharos.
Shaharos. I like that. It's very Egyptian. Nice to meet. What are you doing? Wait 1 second. Let me just. What are you doing, my friend? You're dancing in a way that only
My horse.
ladies
Oh
should
yeah,
be
the
dancing.
horse
Shaharas,
needs
you
to
know,
be gone.
we gotta
man.
find you. We gotta find you a medical professor. You know.
Yeah, I need medical my
need to
throat
go
right
to
now
the
is getting a bit messed up right now. It's a
Would
bit
you
high
s-
pitched.
Would you say that your throat's getting hoarse? I'm a comedic genius.
Yes, Henrik.
Yeah, you're very funny, man.
Can
very
you please
funny,
Get off
yeah.
my horse?
Yeah, man. But my throat right now is a bit high pitched. It's
So
I don't know
your
what
name-
happened. I think
your name is Henrik Lafroy.
That's my name, Henrik
Right,
Lafroy.
My name is Seamus. I've been looking around with Shahados around the city. I think it's and I met these two fine gentlemen here. You know.
Or we have nothing
So-
but the finest of gentlemen, if that's what you seek inside of this city.
I tend to think that I want that. You know.
Oh, trust me. You see
So-
there, that's be Mark behind us there. He's dealing with the horse. Right now, listen, you did not hear this from me, but listen. Sometimes if Mark can see a loose horse, you might find it in the next stew. So don't leave your horses
He's
leaving.
stealing a horse, I think.
No, he don't steal them. He puts them in your stew. So be careful. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mike.
Hi. You ever wonder how our stew's made?
No, I know exactly how your stew is made, my friend. I'm your #1 loyal customer. Let me be back and go get some food. Don't ask which food. Hello there, Mark. Nice to see you.
Hey.
How are you doing? Fine today.
Hey, let's go to the doctor. Come on, let's go to the doctor.
Let's go.
Enough waiting time. Let's go. Come on.
Right, listen. I had a little incident. I seem to have tripped and lost everything I own, except I did keep my wallet.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wait, your throat is a bit hurting. You know. We gotta
Here,
come.
take
Come on.
Hey,
5.
my throat's hurting me right now.
Hey,
Okay, let's
real quick.
Wait, come on, lad. Come on.
Just to let you know, I'll buy all of your bread, or all of your wheat.
Very quickly. I've dropped the silver behind you on the floor.
All right. Well, I'm getting a call. Hold on.
Yep.
Hello?
Chat, listen to this. He's picked up the phone. He's
Alright.
calling somebody. That's so good. Hiccup. Oh, hiccup again. What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving this to you for bread, my friend.
Okay.
Listen, chat, I hope you're all enjoying HeroCraft as much as we are.
Well, look, dude, if you find something a little funny like that, just hold it to yourself, okay? Just, you know, just don't come into work. Just make sure you come into work sober. That's all I'm saying.
I love this dude so much.
Excuse me, Henrik, this is getting spicy.
Oh, it's getting spicy, is it? Let me just... Let's stand back. We can catch a panoramic of this for now. Yes, chat. I hope you're all enjoying this as much as I'm enjoying playing it. It's like the best of everything. It's like having a little bit of GTA no pixel and having Minecraft in it. It's kind of dope, you know. Also, Zacharias, if you are dipping in and out of the city, there are ways of getting inside and out of the city. I'm just saying. It's not just ways that you don't have to parkour out and risk death.
Stay over there, sober up, splash some water on your face, and then come back into work ready to go, buddy. Bread's a good business.
See if we can eavesdrop.
Yes, it is important.
Yes, we can
We
eavesdrop.
need more stock though, so definitely get going. We have 49 loaves out of the oven that we can sell tomorrow.
Oh, 49 loaves. I do need me some bread. I'm also loving the music. The ambiance, like everything about the server. It's so immersive. Like if I turned my camera off, chat, it'd just be complete. You'd think it was like an actual story mode game.
Well,
like look at the player, like everything about this, right? Just to detach.
Get some, do that. Get some.
Listen to him, right? He looks like he's breathing. His body is moving.
That's all we know how to make. But we need
The stoves are going, and there is food in the pot.
We need things to do to make the people better.
And he's bobbing with the he's bobbing, talking to the phone. It's an. There's so much immersion. Like what? Chat, you ready?
The best with what we've got, which is just bread, but they'll live.
Now watch. Goodbye, me.
Live on bread alone. Someone had lettuce. Oh, I know who had the lettuce. Henrik was telling me about someone who had lettuce.
It's hop. How do you increase your reputation? Is it just really slow, or is I doing something wrong? No, it is very slow. You are zero. Like it's meant to be very, 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 very slow. Especially at the start, because it's not a thing about raising the ranks by clicking your fingers. Also, it's alpha, so we're using this as data to figure out what the multipliers are going to be.
Yeah.
I can use this moment while I'm listening to him. I can use it to kind of like alter my.
Yeah.
I'll use.
All right. All right. We'll see you later. Hey, Henrik. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, my friend. Don't worry about it. Nothing at all to worry at all, you know?
Yeah, so there seems to be someone walking around selling some lettuce, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I don't know anything about that, my friend.
Well, you know, we need it to make better sandwiches, so
I mean,
you know, I was just asking.
I might do, you know, but you know, as I've been traveling a lot today, I seem to have lost a lot of my food. So what I'm going to suggest is, maybe if you could, you know what, say less.
Say no more, Henrik.
You know the guy who owns Bradley the horse?
Yeah.
He's been
Since?
Sorry?
Is that Since? Oh no, that's not Since who owns Bradley. Since had Since's horse's name was my partner's name.
Are you getting called again?
I am.
You take that, my friend.
Hey. Hey, there's the guy.
Hello.
Here's a little something. Get the
There was a guy
keep it
you
on the
named
low.
Henrik? What the heck? Oh.
On the low. On the low. You know, we can't. He can't get out, you know.
Yeah. Oh, so hold on, man. Hey, excuse me, gentlemen. Some guy just came over here. He threw some stuff at me, and then he started like swimming against the wall.
My friend.
I don't know.
Yes.
You realize you can't swim in the sky, right?
Oh. I didn't realize I was swimming.
No,
Oh,
he was
really?
swimming.
I think I notice when people start swimming in the sky. I've seen it before. It happens with wizards.
With wizards?
Are you trying to tell me that you're a wizard?
No. I don't think I'm a wizard.
You're
I'm
a
just
wizard,
simple farmer.
Bradley.
Oh, that's not Bradley.
No, the horse is Bradley. You're a wizard, Bradley. I think he said nay. Listen, my friend, Mark. I seem to have fallen a lot. Listen, I'm going to give you an exchange of 5 silver coin if you can supply me with a lot of bread.
15 bread for 5 silver.
I'll do that very well.
one
I'm
silver,
okay with doing that. I fell to the floor and just, it was horrendous. I lost all my bread. I also seem to have misplaced my my communication crystal. I'm gonna wait for the gods to give me one. Maybe the wizards. Who knows?
Hey, that's you seen these hanging things up here? These herbs?
We can't call them that anymore. Oh, what?
You see?
Oh,
you see
yes.
these- Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're very nice.
They are very nice, yes.
Hello.
Oh my god, oh my brother, hello. Oh, hello, bro. Oh my god, hello everybody. You're a wizard, Barry. Oh, you've got yourself a hammer. That's a nice little hammer you've got.
It is. It'll protect me for the night.
Yeah, what is... I know I did. I like having you talking to you.
Right, my friends, I'm going to go and venture. Until next time we meet, okay?
Hey, you
Onward, Bradley.
That is Bradley.
What?
Hold up.
I'm
My
just
horse.
messing with you, friend. Don't worry. So much immersion. So much immersion. I'm loving it. There's nothing I could say other than, oh my. You know? So much to do, so much to see. And at least now we have some bread. I just wish that we'd get given... Have I still got my contacts? I do! Okay. What I will say is I wish we could get our bundles of stone back. That seems to be the only thing we're kind of upset about. I wonder where Shadows went. Or Shardos, even.
It does do wonders, though.
It makes
Yes,
you feel
it
a
does
little
do
good.
wonders.
It numbs the pain, you know.
Oh, the
who are you?
voice,
Who are
Stephen.
you? That's Stephen? That's not Stephen.
My name do not be Stephen. I'm Henrik. I'm just giving out my communication crystal number.
Oh.
Bradley,
Henrik.
take my communication. Oh, it's a friend. Hey, friend. Who be you? Oh, it's Isabel. Lady Isabel. Here, look. There you go. I'm just going to hand out my communication to everyone.
Why, thank you.
Until next time. Right, now we need to go find Shadow. I need to give Shadows my phone number. It's imperative that I give him my phone number, chat. Henrik Lafroy. I know what I'm gonna... I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. Let's give a bum 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 bum. Who can we give a call to? Let's see if we can go find ooh, that's it. That is a nice location. Fair enough. Let's go try and find ourselves the shadows. Where would... If I was shadows, where would I be? And why is it the air? Nope, never mind. Oh, shadows. Are you there, my friend? Let me know. Are you there, shadows? By that I mean, are you in chat, shadows? Oh my lord. You know what, chat? I'm very, very grateful that everybody's been here onto the server so far. It's cool. It is such a vibe. Ah, did you notice? Oh my god. It's Jason Korn. Again, chat. Music levels okay? Oh, it's the windmill. Hello. Oh wait, actually, we can buy a hatchet. Do I have to sign as a lumberjack? Let's go. You cannot harvest this yet. Okay, let's do this one. Let's just get ourselves some logs. I don't know anything about logging though. That's the only downside is I do not know anything about any of the professions because I've made sure that I don't. I just think it's better if I don't know, especially because if I'm going to be playing on the server, I'd rather not know. WHWOHWOHWO. What do we got? Can we... What if I can just... Let's see if I can just... What if I do... There's a way around... I know there's a bug that I can do, but I'm not going to do it on stream because I know how to do this. I know how to do block duplication. And it's by changing one setting. The fix was... there's a setting that you can do that you can fix it from being a bug. But there's definitely a bug that I know how to do. In fact... Let me see. Yeah, I know how to do it. I've just double check. It's still a thing. Oh my god, it's a tired time, chat. I got up at 7 AM so that I could work on the server to make sure that we could all have a good time. Oh. What an insanity. What an insanity. And guess what? We're going to be going live tomorrow, chat. It might be the weekend, but we can't stop now. It's the live alpha. Why would we not be streaming this? Are you silly? We're going to be doing loads of things. We're going to be uploading all of this onto YouTube as well. Let's spread the word. Let's do it. Let's even look. While we gather footage, let's just stay in cinematic mode for a couple of seconds while we gather some footage. See this? And this is how you get footage, right? So we can upload it. How many have we got? We've got a little bit. We can still get a couple more. Right, so let's go back onto this one. Boom. Hi everyone, it's me, your best friend and your dad. Right, so once we gather this, we're gonna get, once we can do the walk, we can catch some cinematic shots. I'll do all of the editing tonight and then we'll be able to go live tomorrow. It's a fun little process. I want this video to be going viral though, okay? I promise you, this video, viral. How much more? 6. Can we get 1 out of it? Yeah. So 5 more. The rep might be broken though. I don't know. Actually, I don't know, Red. I know you said that a while ago, but I don't know if it is actually broken. It was working before Zine restarted the server. Your dad's viral? My dad has went viral before. Also, Adam, hello, how are you doing? Okay, right, we've got enough. Now let's go into cinematic mode. Can I... okay. Let's go. Put you there. Thank you for the iron axe. Does it mine faster? It does not. Does it allow me to do this? Nope. Allow me to do this? It does. Does it allow me to do this? Does not. Allow me to do this? Does not. Okay. I mean, now we've got an iron axe. Cool. Wagwan. East side, west side, you know that. Right, allow me to go into cinematic mode. The upgrades are cosmetic. I mean, Zine, no, the issue was, ta-da. I took it out of the thing and then threw my wood one and then got an iron one in replacement. Yeah, I'll protect it later. Yeah, don't worry. What I'm gonna do is F1, HeroCraft. Zine, does rep work? Does rep work? It was working before Zine reset the server. Turn around. You gotta chop the logs outside of the wood area? Huh? I'm getting cinematic shots for TikTok, Zine. Someone has requested Krenko? Huh? Why? Are they okay? Oh no. I think the lumberjack one is the best looking. What, the job to go do? Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, yeah.
Hard work in the morning. Good night, guys. Bye, bless you. Thank you for joining in. And thank you for being here as well. Zine, does the hand crank still work? How the freaking hell do I get back down? That's one way. Huh?
I understand now, I understand.
Seamus, is that you? Seamus! I feel like we just missed out on seeing Seamus. Oh, there they are.
Look at it.
Oh, look, it's Seamus.
Having some kind of brain freeze right now. I don't know what it is. I think he
It looks like he needs a nap.
going through something right now. I don't know. He
Seamus, are
literally
you
went through
okay, my
something.
friend? What is?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I think Seamus is going through something right now. I don't know what it is, but he just seems to be very upset right now. I don't know why, but yeah.
That's okay.
Hi, Mr. Shardos. Follow me.
All right, sure thing, man.
You might want to leave your horse here.
Sorry. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, follow me, but you might want to leave your horse.
All right, sure thing, man. Sure thing.
Buddies, how you doing, bro? Listen, I took a year and a half out while I was moving city, but it's nice to see you, bro. How's life treating you? So, Shadows. Tell me.
Yes. Hello.
Follow. This is gonna get spicy, chat. Is everything okay, Shadows?
Yeah. Okay. Everything is good right now. I think I have gotten all my items. I was just double checking to make sure everything is organized and functioning.
Okay, that's very good. Now follow.
Alright, sure thing, man.
We're gonna go to the entertainment. Follow me. We'll go for a little bit of a jog.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, I'm kind of slow at the moment, but I feel like I could probably beat you in a race. Oh yes. I beat you, man. I beat you.
That's not how this works. Listen, we've just got to get to the edge of this place and go. I'm gonna beat you.
No, that's not fair. You had a head start, man.
What a loser. Chatter. We're going to go and commit crime against humanity.
I might beat you. Oh, never mind. I'm slowing down. I'm slowing down. I'm beating you.
Shadows. Have you ever seen such a wonderful flower garden?
Fantastic. I've never seen so many flowers and just the beauty. It's oh.
Oh, quick. Before someone sees. I'm so sorry about this, Shadows.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry, Shadows.
I'm dying. Bro, what's going on? I'm dying, man.
I'm so Shadows. I'm so sorry, brother. I hope you know I am so sorry with what's just happened.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Shadows. It's just there's no other way. Shadows, listen. Don't let this be the end of us, okay? We can be very good friends one day. We can.
No, I'm dead. My arm hurts, man. My arm hurts.
Just look at the stars, okay?
The stars. I don't have a good position. I can't see anything. It's going dark. Everything's going dark right now.
No, don't worry, Shadows. Listen to me.
Dead.
Listen to me, Shadows.
Yes.
Everything's going to be okay.
I'm dying, man.
No.
I'm dying.
You're okay, Shadows. We are all here for you.
I'm not okay. My
spine
hurts.
Listen to me. We all saw what happened, okay? A random local ran over to you and they stabbed you. I was the only witness. No one else will ever truly know what happened, okay?
No, that's not true. That can't happen.
It doesn't matter anyway. No one will believe what happened. I'm the nicest man in town. No one will ever believe you if you tell them.
No, you can't leave.
Hello there, Mark.
Henrik!
How may I help you today, brother? Nice to see you, nice to hear from you.
Yeah, got a question for you. I need to purchase some wheat.
I'm behind you, friend.
Oh God, what's up?
Nice to see you, friend. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm trying to catch people trying to sell their farmed goods here because I would like to buy their wheat from them. Also, we're expanding our menu to contain chicken.
Oh, I am a very big fan of chicken.
Yes, yes. You know Steven. Steven is right now getting us some chicken for our stock for the evening.
Is it pronounced Steven or Steven?
Heaving? I think is how he pronounces it.
Steven.
Heaving.
Yeah.
That's how he says it. So that might be it. Hey, we might be saying it wrong this whole time. It could just be heaving.
It might be.
That's how he. That's just how he pronounces it. Heaving.
You know what? I'm going to have to double check with him.
I think so. I think it is heaving though. I bet you if we both went to him right now, because he's butchering chickens. If we went to him right now and just went, "Hey, heaving,"
He'd probably answer to us.
He would probably answer. Well, come on, hop on. I found this free horse lying around, and so
I can jump on.
I got it. I don't know. Maybe not.
Probably
not.
It
Really.
seems to be just a little cramped on there, brother. But don't worry. I'm going to go for a little stroll for a little while, clear my brain.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything all right?
Everything's fine and dandy, brother.
I've got just the thing to clear your mind.
Oh, I could use with some. Oh, that's the good stuff. Bring me to my good day. Oh,
well, you
thank you,
sound
brother.
different now, Henrik. That's a brings out another person.
Oh, it makes you think, don't it, brother?
It does.
I have to go to bed now, guys. See you guys. Ayo, Shadows. Thanks for doing it, by the way, bro. That was really good. That was really good. That's really good content, especially for TikTok and stuff. Have a great night, dude. Right now, if you look, it's bloodied. Oh, where's my dude? Was it actually? Yeah, it was. It was great content. GG's on it, dude. What we need to do is we need to clean it. I wonder if we can clean it here. I can't remember what's to unbloody an item. It was great. Shadows, it's going on it's TikTok content on half that, my dude. Which allowed double. Oh, for the horses? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm trying to find a spot where I can get basically in water. I got G9 in acting. What the friggin' hell is G9? Oh, listen, your acting's terrible. But isn't that just all the content, though? Might be too much for a horse. I mean, consider that people can steal the horses as well. I agree. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I understand. Chat, I am very much hurting my wrist with how much I'm doing cinematic shots. Horses have to despawn though as well. Yeah, maybe like after like, I was going to say 5 minutes, but it's like maybe like either 30 minutes. Because don't get me wrong, they are slow horses. Different to your horses, different speeds and stuff. Could do. Oh, I know exactly where to go to get it unbloodied. Alright, I know where it's. Good night, guys. Ayo, Shadows. It's been a pleasure, bro. Look, same time tomorrow. Jump on. I'm going to be streaming over the weekend as well this weekend because of the, obviously because of the beta. Have a good night, Shadows. Thanks for joining in. I really, really appreciate it, man. Can I get a cheeky? Shut up, Shadow. Shadows, you love it when I do that, bro. I wonder why. Chat, I think Shadows is into me when I ooh-woo. Last one. Oh, look at that, chat. I've got Shadows doing an hour. That's what I need him to do it next time that he streams. Who knows? Shadows bunny ear stream? Shadows butt plug stream? Hey, yo, have a good night, bro. Right, let's go unbloody our axe. Bruh. I'm off to bed. See you later, bruv. Have a good night. Alright, is this a place where we can do it or not? Still not a place. Where's the construction site? Have we walked past it? Further down, like further down this way? Oh wait, it's the next one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the next one. Yeah, I'm onto it. Yep. Right, I'm just gonna grab a panoramic. Good for clips. I'm keeping my cinematic camera on this entire time because I want to make sure that we get everything cinematic here. Hey, yo, Shaq, don't worry about it, bro. It's all good. Shaq, it was a pleasure having you, though, dude. Honestly, it doesn't... Even if you have to disappear very abruptly, it's fine, man. I appreciate you being here, nevertheless. Cough drop command. Lovely. Does it just reset? Yeah, lovely. Lovely. Look at that. Cool. Now it's clean. And now there's no trace that we killed Shadows. Cheers, Shaq. Hey, yo, have a great night, though, bruv. For realsies. Thanks for joining in. I appreciate it massively. I hope you enjoyed the server while you're online as well. I'm playing Rocket League. Well, I'm playing Minecraft, Adam. Are you still doing comp? Oh, bullying French children. Isn't that the way forward? Bonjour, chien. Bonjour, baguette chien? No. Bonjour, chien. Hello, puppy. Oh, like hello, kitten. Yes. This is no... Yeah, bro, you know what? You're right. This is Hypixel. This is, Hightail. We could... Oh, bro. It's because, look, you've got Hypixel, which is the Minecraft server, and then you've got No Pixel. We should have called this Hypixel. Insufficient. Huh? Let's exhaust ourselves so that when I run, it looks cooler. Especially for the animation of going into the palace. I'm moving mad, but I'm about to pass out. Bro, you need to go to sleep then. Are you still on your sleeping medication? Nuh-uh. Yeah. Whoa! That... You rebel zine. The seagull just stole my freaking log. My oak log. That sounds good, sir. I love the lapis in the temple with the glowing light. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm taking my sleeping medication as it makes me a bitch. Oh, the seagulls are dick. Bro, I know. But listen, seagulls are dicks IRL. Immersion. Unrealistic seagulls? Nuh-uh. Hyper-realistic dick seagulls? Immersion. Okay, lovely. I got a lot of footage there, chat. Sorry. And also, thank you. Oh my god, we used a lot of energy doing all of that, though. As it were off, I had the testosterone. I had all of the testosterone. I'm gonna chop your damn logs. Do I get one log per chop? Is that what it is? What the... Yay. Well, I guess I'm playing it. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's what? It's close to the same. Oh, it's the poof. Oh, wait. Did you get the poof stands working? Okay, that's pog. Yeah, looks great. Woo! Lovely. And I'm loving it, loving it, loving it. I'm loving it like this. Whoosh, loving it, loving it, loving it. I'm glad that we got all of like I'm really happy that we got to kill Shadows as well. I love Shadows, but he was the perfect person to test it out on as well, to see like a player's reaction. Like my guy went dead silent. I was like, huh? I'm dying. I'm dying. Yes, the bitch. You're dying because I'm saying you're dying. One of the few jobs we don't need animators for. Well, welcome to HeroCraft, eh? You notice, like, see what I've done to my wrist? Like, just there. Because that's how long I've been on my computer today. The down system isn't perfect, but it's really good. Oh, it could be better. There's always room for improvement. However, it's darn close, innit, bruv? My friend. Hello there, my friend. Oh, it's a Mr. Sicarius. You endorse bullying? Noted. Yes, of course. If it's to Shadows. Zine? Shadows is a minority. Not anymore. I killed him. You can't be a minority if you don't exist. Visual glitch on the client? No, no, no. I know what it is, Zine. Yeah, I can see you in the chat, Shadows. Zine, I know what it is. No, watch. It goes to where I place it. So if I place it above... Okay, no, never mind. Maybe I'm just stupid. Couldn't sleep though. Nah, bro, it's okay. I can see you in the chat. Right, let's just grab one quick more footage. How can I do this where I can rotate the camera? What happened to Shadow? Got nerfed. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello there, friend. See, now this is how you do jobs. Bro, destroy my spinal cord. No, 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 no. In character information, Shadows. Nothing happened. Ah, because now he knows. Yeah, nothing happened. Exactly. For the record, yes. So I wanted to showcase killing. Right, that's all I want to do. Get vertebrate, nerd. Yeah, I wanted to showcase off killing to show like what someone's generic reaction would be. It's fine to know. He just can't. Yeah, exactly. You just can't carry it into character. But yeah, so I want to show people live what would happen when I killed someone, and Shadows' reaction was just pure like. I was actually shocked. Yeah, exactly. Good. Your reaction was pure as well because you didn't know I was gonna do it. And not only that, I then, I have an iron axe that actually does like 30 damage because it's to do with womp 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 because it was doing epic fight damage, which is a multiplier. Do you think it's down system? Yeah, where I downed you and then I robbed your dead body and then I picked you up over my shoulder and threw you. Oh no, Shadows, there is gonna be like. Now this is epic. This is epic content. Guys, I'm tipping my fingers. Include roleplay, right? Don't just walk around killing people. Like, don't just randomly lure people. don't lure people into a corner and then stab them for no reason. It was more of a showcase, and I knew for a fact I could get away with it by doing it to Shadows. I knew he'd fall for it. So, I'm going to say, try not to just do it to random people. Have reason behind your actions. Don't croydon a man. Exactly, don't croydon the man. Boom. Man, I have too much trust in people. No. To be fair, I did it on purpose because I knew you trusted me. It's really good, not gonna lie. It's really realistic too. You're down, you can still speak, which is awesome. Exactly. And to be fair, I like the interaction you did with me as well. Was really on character and really on theme. So you played, listen, Shadows, you played it through exactly how I wanted you to. You played the character right. You played the situation right. Oh, bro, I'm dying. You sound like Tree Trunks from Adventure Time. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying, Fiend. I'm dying. So, exactly. But that's why I wanted to do it with Shadows. Because, like, I know Shadows would have gave me... Was it... No, yeah. It was the exact reaction that a random player would have encountered with a random player. I knew that you wouldn't have went over the top with the reaction because it's like, oh, it's... I lost another log. Noted. You didn't go over the top with the reaction. Oh, I got it back. Okay, that's a new one. Okay, so it does come back. Was it racially motivated? I swear to God. As a visual glitch? Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, Shadows. No, it was an accurate response. Don't worry. That's why I was like, good. Because if it was someone else, they'd have went over the top for the sake of it. Just skip. What is this freaking song? Like, if I'd have done it with, let's say, if demonic was still... Can I just continuously right-click? No. Nope. Okay, that's going to get very repetitive. It's going to get very repetitive. Yeah, if it was somebody... If it was like demonic would have went way over the top. You know. You can take the log off if you want, though. Huh. Oh, wait. Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, because it's just... Yeah. Because the actual item it is... Okay, fair. Can I see... I can see other people... Oh, because it's shaking... Fam, I've only just realized why. It's because it's shaking the armor stand, which is why we can see other players do animation. Oh, I've only just realized that. I was there when we made it as well. Like, we placed the slabs. It looks... It does, and you can see other players working. It's like it's in front of you. That is really good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do I do with another phone, though, Zine? Is there really a reason why I could steal a man's phone? Or am I not meant to be able to steal his phone? Is that a bug? Because I know you saw the bug when I was trying to rob him. Yeah, I get that. But, like, can I sell it on to someone else? You know? But what advantages does it give? I'm like, would it keep their contact information stored would be the better solution here. You know? It's just a prop, do what you want. I think that we should be able to sell it, and it has a logged contact information on it. No, it's per person, not per item. Let me do it for you. But this is why I'm saying we make... Oh, it's nighttime. Okay, bye, peoples. Cinematics.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Hello there, Stephen. How are you doing this fine evening?
Actually, I'm doing really well. We're about to be experimenting with some new foods.
That is excellent news. I do like eating bread. However, I think I'll
That's very
enjoy...
bland.
Yes, I'll enjoy a burger or something a little more. Don't you think?
Well,
Oh,
once I can
100%.
manage to learn how to butcher a cow without actually butchering the meat on it, then yeah, well, you guys should be able to eat burgers sometime soon.
I look forward to it.
That's gonna be fantastic.
Until then, my friends, have an amazing evening. Take care of yourself, okay?
We will.
Yeah, you as well, mate. See ya.
Later, my friends.
Are you wanting to learn how to become a ranch hand, or?
No, I'm just trying. I was just looking at something.
All right, take it easy.
I want to find the moon. It's the moon. Is it directly in the sky? Oh my god, that's Henrik's butt. Let's turn it back up. Just for this once, okay? Just for the cinematics. There we go. What a beautiful, what a freaking shot that was. Chat, what do we think? HeroCraft. Steven's buying. I've got to say, I am insanely happy with how it went so far. Oh, it's nuts. It is insane. It is. And I can say confidently that because of this, I haven't had shade. Turn them on. Shadows. You can run them without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. Turn them on. Oh my god. Oh, chat. Literally just walking around talking to people, having a fun time. That is so easy content. All right, chat, listen. Richie, before you disappear, stick around for like 2 more seconds, okay? We're going to go on. And we're going to go raid our very old friend. We're going to go say hi to an old friend, okay? We're going to go over and say hi to an old friend. Mr. Zine. I would like to say a massive thank you to everybody who joined in today. Who... Yeah, I know, Zane. Everyone that joined in today, everybody that's joining in over the weekend, everybody that's worked towards making the server what it is. There's no words. There really is no words. And when I find the words, I'll tell them. So, what I will say is, we are going to be live over the weekend. So Saturday and Sunday, we're still going to go live like we do normally in a week, except where we don't go live on the weekend. This week, we are going to be going live. Okay? We're going to be showcasing the entirety of the alpha. I'm going to be recording clips, posting them on TikTok every single day. Let's see. Maybe we'll go viral. Will you be the one that brings the clips viral? Who knows? Follow to see more. Until then, chat, I love you all. Thank you for joining us. I'll be on the server more. I'll be in the Discord with the team. Thank you. Until tomorrow, I'll see you all. Same time, same place. Adios. Goodbye.